My daily routine that helps me improve my mental health is working out.
I have a cat, I have a dog, love spending time with them.
Sleep has been the most transformative thing for me, and it is so helpful.
I take the time to do like meditation and stuff like that.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
I promote.
Yo promuevo y practico la salud mental positiva.
will take this final countdown by storm. Welcome to the final day of our Split 1 play here in the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. My name is Kate, and alongside me in this dropship, please welcome Onset and Gaskin. Dan, today the word is pressure, capital P, Resher.
Capital P, capital R, capital E, capital double S, U, R, and E. I got it right!
Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah, we really need to see teams pop off today. There are some that are very much down in the depths and would need a big victory here if they're going to be able to get those playoff spots. There's also some teams who are very much kind of above and overachieving and probably head and shoulders above the rest. They're going to be playing for that prize money. But certainly those bubble teams around that top 20 competing for playoffs, that's where the most pressure is going to be.
Ooh, bubble teams here on set has got to be the Hail Mary that we're going to see throughout today's plays.
Yeah, it's going to be very stressful for everyone today. The teams at the top of the table, like you mentioned, they've got that prize money to think about, but it is the bubble teams, like Dan mentioned, who are going to be feeling it the most. Top 20, that's the teams that go to playoffs, and we've got more than 20 teams in the lobbies. So someone's going to be disappointed. Some people are going to be extremely happy, though, when the end of the day comes and we have those results coming in.
And that is fast math. Let's take a look at the last time we saw EMEA in these lobbies, and that means it's time for a little recap. Take a look.
Top, the shotguns are ready, the reload coming through. Surely they capitalize on this, but it's down to Speggy now, and it's going to be Future Perfect who take the third game.
Alliance now trying to survey the area here. 69 IQ have lost a couple of players, but it looks like Alliance just going to hold their ground for now because it was a clean team wipe coming in. And it looks like we're now down to our final 4 squads. One of those is RPR, that solo rat, who's just being a nuisance to pretty much everyone at the moment. And RPR's going to pick up the kill on post-kill too.
Alliance, though, they are poised for the win, and they're going to take it all the way from Thermal Station. What a performance.
Look at these fights up close. 69 IQ still have 2 plays, but they're being flanked by 1. That's basically a wrap from Xander. We've got to keep an eye on him and see what he's able to do here. 69 IQ may want to disengage and hide in plain sight, go for that late game. Do you engage now and make it to third, or do you wait and make it to first?
69 IQ decides they're going to make the push, and the Gibby is instantly cracked. They do lose a player. It's all down to Case. When is he going to be able to close this one out? No.
We're not on you yet, we're not on you yet, we're not on you yet, we're not on you yet.
On dead.
Dead.
Get the KP, get the KP.
Looking at the kill feed now, Hackis has gone down to the ring. Vibes is going to go down as well, and it's going to be RPR with the wingman who's doing the damage.
2 on 3 on 3, and Scar's feeling the pressure from 69 IQ.
And surely that pressure is going to turn into a W here for 69 IQ. They move in, the bubble is down. The Peacekeeper is hitting as hard as ever, as now You can see the kills are all going to go the way of 69 IQ Esports.
Ooh, I love to see a leaderboard shook up like it was yesterday, Dan. It was, something that really has impacted every single day of our play and certainly will impact today.
Yeah, we've seen teams that had horrendous kind of first opening weeks, and then they suddenly shoot up the leaderboards. Most notably, Rebel. They did nothing for weeks 1 and 2. Got a single point. They even got no points in round 3. But rounds 4 and 5, they turned up. They started to get a little bit spicy, and now they find themselves in 8th/9th position, depending on tiebreakers. But this is how the top 20 looks right now for EMEA. Gambit are holding that fort, but Guild Esports are still within touching distance to try and take it away from them.
100% Onset. These are the green. These teams are looking at playoffs going, okay, I feel pretty good. But this next page is really the bubble we keep talking about.
Yeah, you're looking at the likes of Clean, 4Gang, Redragon. I mean, 789, Na'Vi down there as well. All of them within striking distance. And I think this is the thing you have to keep in mind. Even though we've only got one more day of action before we head to the playoffs, one big day, one pop-off for any of these teams that you see on this page. And before you know it, they could be taking someone out of that top 20 and sliding themselves into that final lobby for playoffs. So a lot of pressure on all these teams today, and it's just about putting a run of games together. If you can do it, then you have a chance to put in that big performance that gets you to playoffs.
100%. And of course, we're starting today in our EMEA region. But guess what? We are all Apex all day long, all over the globe. And of course, that means our North America top 20. This is what it looks like right now. And Gaskin, I mean, I'm just looking at 1 point difference between 1, 2, and 3, which is super useful. However, these are the top 20 teams that feel pretty good about getting to playoffs. It's that same bubble that we're always interested in.
Yeah, I mean, the guys at the top won't be worried about kind of falling out of playoffs. It's impossible for them to do so, but they're still competing for that $30,000 for first place and the money drop-off afterwards. So those three teams certainly are going to be battling it out, but over in APEC North, we've already seen that come to its conclusion. Riddle Order will be the first place team, 52 points there. You are head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby, and then also the following 20. So those are going to be all your playoff teams.
100%. And it's good to remind ourselves here at APEC North, APEC South. These are your final top 20 teams. These are the teams that are heading to playoffs. They are done. They are dusted. GG to all of these teams that made it in this top 20. South America, as you can see here, this is the top 20 as it currently stands. They are knee deep in play right now. We will come back to you with that final top 20 when those games have concluded. So there's a lot going on for Apex all over the world today. But let's talk about what we're going to be seeing here today in our stream. And that means it's groups A versus C. And Onset, this is the second time, as we know, double round robin means double for a reason. This is the second and last time these two groups are going to meet. We're going to find out what they're made of here by the end of today.
Yeah, it's such an interesting dichotomy of the lobby today, right? You've got teams who are at the top, likes of Gambit, the likes of GMT, the likes of Alliance, are all inside of that top 5 who are going to be vying out for big points so that they can pick up big prize money. They're all aiming for that $30,000 that you're going to get for first place. On the other end, you have teams that are right on the edge of the bubble, the likes of New Esports, which is just surprising to say. They are right on the edge of that 20th position. They're in for now, but one little slip up today and they can find themselves very disappointed at the end of the day. It's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams.
It is indeed. And one thing I do want to say that's completely different than what we usually do is we have simultaneous competitions happening right now. So on this stream, you are going to see A versus C, but don't you worry, groups B and D are going to be competing at the same time, and it's due to that competitive integrity. Am I right, Onset?
Oh, yeah. You've got to keep these things fair, right? We don't want anyone looking over the lobbies and thinking, hey, we know what's going on now, and, we can play a slightly different way. Everyone's playing at the same time. So when those games are done and dusted, we'll have our final 20 head into playoffs. And as I said previously, there's going to be some smiles, there's going to be some tears, but it's going to be a very, very exciting day for everybody to watch.
It will. And if you want to watch, take a look at that lower third down there. It just came off the screen, twitch.tv/GameTime_live. That's where you're going to see all the action for groups B versus D this morning for our EMEA region. Well, we have talked about the overall picture. We've talked about the global picture. Let's talk about the teams particularly, and that means it's time for our teams to watch. Brought to you by Lenovo. And Dan and Onset, guys, Mark, I know that this is probably the hardest decision you'll have to make all day long outside of your talent predictions. But Onset, start us off here. Who do you have in your view today?
I'm going to start off with New Esports, and I kind of touched upon this a moment ago. I find it strange to look at this and say this, but they seem to have had these pop-off games. They have pop-off days where they just decimate the entire lobby, but at the moment, they're 19th overall, so they are right on the cusp of playoffs. They're on the right side of it, but if they have a bad day like they did the last time we saw where they were 16th, then things could look a lot different.
Someone at the other side of the leaderboards is Alliance. Now, they've gone from strength to strength each week. They haven't found that elusive victory. They haven't been able to just quite top the lobby, but they do find themselves in 4th overall. But after an impressive performance yesterday, they really put themselves in contention for a top 3 finish here in EMEA, and I'm sure they've got what it takes to actually achieve that.
And the final team that I've got my eye on, GMT Esports. These guys are 5th place overall in the standings, so they're going to be in the playoffs lobby, you would imagine. But one thing that I'm looking forward to is, with the carnage that's going to be going down these lobbies, with everyone desperate for points, because of the fact that this is the last opportunity to get them, I feel like their quick rotational position-based gameplay is going to succeed today. They could put up a huge amount of points, and they could be in contention of maybe taking down Gambit at the top.
Man, I love the fact that anybody has what it takes to pop off today, so we'll see what that does. Thanks, gents. This has been your Lenovo Teams to Watch. And Gaskin, I know one of the things you did earlier was some fast maths all about who could be at the top and who could find themselves literally as a part of the playoffs versus not today. As we take a look at these talent predictions, talk to me about what that means for our entire lobby.
Yeah, so anyone in this lobby could, in theory, still make playoffs. Certainly the teams at the bottom may need results to go their way elsewhere, but I've gone for Gambit as my prediction because they're top of the leaderboard. Why wouldn't you? But everyone else, it would seem, has taken their Weetabix this morning because they feel brave.
This is a man
who
doing something throws shade at me every single time I talk about teams at the top of the leaderboard. It gets to the most vital, pivotal week, and what does Dan do? He does exactly what I would have done, so I changed things up a little bit. I went with GMT. I think that with the fact that everyone's going to be aping each other, desperate for points, especially in those late games, if they can get Godspot early and they can hold it down, I think they're going to put up definitely more points than Dan's pick.
What I love is that all of our talent predictions are different, which is probably the first time this has ever happened so far this split. With that, I appreciate being here at the pre-show, but now it's time to get into gameplay, so I will say goodbye, gents, until I see you a little later in the show.
Thank you, Kate. And I'm really excited, Dan. Honestly, I think this is going to be a very unpredictable day for a lot of teams in this lobby. Like I mentioned previously, when we get to that game 4, 5, 6, and teams are going to be desperate for points, we're going to see some real early fights. We're going to see some carnage here on World's Edge. And it's those who I think are going to keep the calmest heads who are going to succeed today.
Yeah, we have 3 kind of different stories today, don't we? We have the front runners who are competing for that prize money and to go in with, you know, the higher seed. You get extra points if you're in the top 10 going into those playoffs. Then you've got those who are in the bubble, those who are potentially going to drop out of it, those who could push themselves into it. And then you have the Cinderella story of the kind of 5 or 6 teams down at the bottom who have very little chance of getting into playoffs, but still have a tiny, slim hope. And I think that's what's important for all these teams, that it's still possible if you can win today's match day.
Another thing to keep your eye on as well, teams trying to avoid that relegation. So much for everybody to be playing for today. And we're already into our first game of the day, Dan. I want you to pick the first team we're going to be keeping our eyes on, though, because I know you got your predictions and you're looking at Gambit to have a strong day, but do you think the pressure's on most here? Because I just got a slight feeling here that New Esports, they could have a pop-off day, even though they're right on the cusp as it stands.
Well, it's my favourite team to watch. It's Rascals, because of the way I say it, I get a lot of grief from you. But I would say that when we look at what happened last time all these teams went toe-to-toe, I mean, New Esports, they finished down in 17th place, right? They really struggled in this lobby. Rascals, however, they came second. They were just behind Gambit, who had an amazing week, but a first place finish off in match number 6 from Rascals really demonstrated that they can hang with the biggest of players. So even though not necessarily other weeks have gone as successfully as that one, if they can replicate what they did in this previous lobby, there's no reason why they can't compete here today.
Well, here is the beacon giving us the information about where we're going to be heading. We're going southwest for our first game of the day. Geyser and Big Maud, both POI options that we could be heading to. What are you giggling at? What are you
It's
giggling at?
definitely not southwest, but sure, it's
southeast. Goodness me, everybody. I apologise. Let me spin myself around and recalibrate
Sorry, that's the only
my
reason
compass.
why I'm giggling.
No, you're quite right. I mean, I would have been jumping all over that if you said it. So yeah.
Never eat shredded wheat is what I've gone for. You may have had your Weetabix, but not the shredded wheat you've seen. But yeah, I mean, a geyser finish is always a difficult one, isn't it, on set? Because some people like to avoid geyser at the beginning of the game just because you can put yourself in such a choke when you are rotating to other spots. But if you can actually get into geyser when you presume it's going to be finishing there, you can get one of those priority positions. You can really make it awkward for everyone else trying to get there in the late game.
Yeah, I think it's one of those zones that's certainly changed with the introduction of Valkyrie as well. It used to be, you know, get there early or essentially you're not getting in due to the nature of the choke points and the mountainous surroundings like you mentioned. But now you can play it slightly differently. You can wait for some third-party opportunities, or look for them, I should say, with a skyward dive, and basically force yourself into an area that previously would be pretty uninhabitable for you if you were landing quite far away from where Geyser is on the other side of the map. There's your EMEA top 20 to keep an eye on as well. Like we said, Gambit currently leading the way with 35 points. And I just feel like they could have a little bit of a statement game today with everyone kind of playing a little bit differently maybe in those final few games with the individual skill that we know and the team fighting ability that Gambit have. They could slowly just take their time in these lobbies down and put up a big point day.
Well, when we talk about teams on the cusp and on the bubble, Clean are very much right there. They're 21st. They are 1 point behind Kungana. They really can, you know, just get an average placement this week and they should be able to get into those playoffs. But any sort of slip-up, any mistake, and other teams are going to be jumping all over that. And for Clean, they've decided they don't fancy staying here. They are out of there. They want to head somewhere else. They feel like there's other priority positions on this map.
Yeah, it looks like the ping is down around Big Board and this choke, which is going to be very playable for them, as we still don't have that third beacon information. Na'Vi, another team who are going to be touching down onto World's Edge from the skies, and they're going to be actually playing within Geyser by the looks of things. By looking at where teams are set up at the moment, so we see a little bit of fighting actually breaking out. It looks like some teams are deciding that Big Mord is where this pull is going to be. You see Zeta landing, you have Kick in the area as well, and like we mentioned, Clean are there too. So everybody going to have a little bit of space to play. Big Mord, one of those huge areas on the map where a lot of teams can cohabit. However, it's not the easiest of place to hold down without different shots being taken from different angles.
And I think the decision to take Big Mord rather than Geyser is a clever one, mainly for the reason you were talking about earlier, about Valkyrie and joining the game late, right at the end when the circles moved over. If you're one of the last teams to arrive at Big Mord, there's just going to be so many people shooting at you. You want to kind of get there, hold this upper area, and at least be prepared to take fight after fight after fight as Valkyrie teams just arrive consistently throughout. But there's already, what, 4 or 5 teams here, so I'd be expecting a little bit of a scuffle here or there.
Yeah, Na'Vi need a big day as well. They are outside of that top 20 as it stands. And if they can put a couple of end games together, maybe they will be the Cinderella story that fires themselves up. I mean, speaking of Cinderella stories, we have to remember how Na'Vi made it to the ALGS Championship, right? I mean, it was a last game performance in the last chance qualifier where they absolutely popped off. So they won't want to leave it quite so late this time. However, they do have that ability to put those big games together. You can see how many teams are currently set up here at the moment, Dan. It's very interesting to see how everyone is favoring Big Mord. We have seen a lot of finishes here as well. It has pulled away from Geyser more often than not, so not surprised to see teams taking that knowledge, that historical ring pull away from Geyser and thinking this is where we're going to be playing.
Yeah, people will notice patterns, certainly, and will have their preferences as well. Perhaps you feel like even if it did pull towards Geyser, you could rotate a little bit better from Big Mord, but with this many teams banking on it, you've got to feel like they know something that perhaps maybe the Geyser teams don't currently. And you talk about kind of breaking into that top 20. I think what's really interesting today is, even though we talk about teams potentially winning the entirety of today and pushing themselves in with a massive day, outside of that, it's quite difficult to gain points. I mean, you talk about Na'Vi. If they finished 4th overall today, they'd gain 5 points. That would put them on 13, and that's only 1 point ahead of 18th spot. So if 18th, 19th, 20th all just had, you know, an average game, finished top 10, then suddenly Na'Vi's 4th place isn't going to be good enough, and they need to be looking towards 3rd, towards 2nd, towards 1st to actually push themselves realistically into playoffs. So your best way of guaranteeing yourself playoffs today is probably top 3. Outside of that, you really are relying on other results of other people.
Keep an eye on the kill feed there. Na'Vi have just taken down Invictus, so Invictus will be eliminated in game number 1 as Na'Vi will pick up some early KP. Look how many teams are already inside of Big Mord, and more importantly, this little paintball area outside. We've seen the pulls away from Big Mord. Very rare we actually see the final circle kind of in the huge vehicle itself. It does pull away to this open kind of playground, like I mentioned, the paintball area. So we're seeing Na'Vi holding down this top platform, which is one of the best places to hold, is that they can hold out the teams rotating in from Geyser, like you can see here. But also, when it gets to that final zone, you have that little bit of elevation over everyone else, and you can shoot down on everybody else who's having a little bit of a scrap.
It's such a terrifying overhead, isn't it? Just so many names, so many players, and it's only going to get worse as that ring does pull that way. If everyone's correct, and you'd be presuming that they are with the amount of teams banking on it, then we're going to get more Valkyrie teams arriving. And you've got to time it correctly if you're one of the late Valkyrie teams. If you're the first to arrive, you're probably going to get in a scrap with whoever's on top, and then the team arriving after you is going to try and third party that. And if you are the very first or the very last, usually you struggle. It's about really finding that balance, finding that middle ground. But we'll see if anyone gets beacon information in 10 seconds to give us more of an idea of where this circle's exactly going to finish. But Alliance certainly playing on the edge right now.
Yeah, tough rotation for Alliance, but going to be made a little bit easier here with the skyward dive coming in from Valkyrie. So Yuki going to be in charge and taking to the skies and piloting them down to where they think is going to be a safe position. And let's see what the comms are like as they take through the skies and try and find a position to play.
We can play inside the dome as well for now, but
let's land outside.
I'm playing inside. I'm playing inside. You guys play there.
Yeah.
There's gas here, so be careful. Just don't poke now. Just don't poke. Just hide. Literally just hide.
Yeah, we don't need to poke.
Yeah. Chill here,
Vibes.
Vibes. Aim here, Vibes. Chill here and just aim there.
Yeah, I'm super fine here.
Okay.
I'm in this hole. Wait, they fixed the hole? Or am I in the wrong hole? I think they fixed the hole.
Oh, for fuck's
sake. Am I in the wrong one? No, okay, this is not the best hole.
Super safe, man, Yuki.
Knock. I'm just playing safe. Trying to figure out where the hole is. They fixed it?
I think they fixed it, yeah.
Really? The fuck?
If you can't find it, then they should have fixed it.
It should be this hole. I'm fucking.
Yeah, it should.
Awareness.
Well, they found somewhere safe to play, even though Hackett is having a few problems there finding the right hole, but we'll have to see what Underrated do now, Dan, as they are one of those teams who need to have a very, very strong day today. They're outside of the top 20, but can they do it? We know how they can pop off ever since that Revenant that they were so well known for using has kind of fallen out of favor. They've had to find their feet a little bit more.
Yeah, another team that are on 8 points, the same as Na'Vi, the same as Solo Q Goats, the same as Dead Inside. There's some teams there that very much could break into the top 20 with a solid performance. Underrated, its best week was week 4 when they were able to achieve 4 points, and I think that was probably something that would give them confidence, knowing that they can get into that top 5, knowing they can get those points. As we did get a brief view of that circle as there's a little scuffle going on down here.
Yeah, there's a little scuffle. This is looking like first couple of rounds in a boxing match here. Couple of big blows being hit, and it's New Esports who are on the receiving end of it. VJX is going to have to pop a few cells to get himself back healthy. With 40 seconds left, you can see that New Esports will have to make their move as well. They don't have Valkyries in the composition to make a skyward dive to skip them ahead of a lot of these teams. So they're going to have to make a more of a micro rotation, maybe using that Wraith portal, or maybe just trying to work their way around the edge towards Big Mord. We did see that third beacon information. It is pulling away from Geyser towards Big Mord like we thought it would. Fenerbahce Esports, they're just playing edge of zone at the moment, Dan. You can see all of the other teams, if we have a map overhead available, kind of made a rotation already in towards Big Mord. So they're going to have a lot of time to chill here. Maybe just poke and prod, but the longer this game goes on, the more difficult it's going to be for them to force themselves in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit like red light, green light, or Mr. Wolf, depending on which era you grew up in and which playground you grew up in as well. You really just have to try and creep up on everyone who's already going to be residing in Big Mord, and then when they do spot you, things start to get a little bit dicey, a little bit scary, because as soon as one team, starts to shoot, all the other teams are also going to be aware of your position. So now we're going to start to see even more teams rotating in late with Valkyrie Ultimate here. Rascal's one of the last teams to move it.
See the difficulty that they've got as well. There's already a couple of teams inside of guys are lagging behind, so playable area is going to be very tough. However, they can play this 3-pill structure for quite some time, and if they play it for long enough, and maybe they've got a couple of Voltic cells as well, they will be able to take to the skies again when that zone pulls, and maybe make a late dip onto where Big Mord is. But for now, they're going to be chilling. They're going to be taking their time. They are safe, as we have 23 seconds left. All planned now. They're going to have to come up with a fresh plan, as
They are taking a little bit of damage as Alliance are holding them out. You can see if this fight does break out that Alliance have the HP advantage as well. All purple across the board for Alliance.
Yeah, there's several teams that can play a party in this as well. Even though it'll be from a distance and they won't look to try and push the kill, certainly All Planned and Alliance will be vulnerable to shots raining down from other teams. But it's whether they actually want to take this fight, both Alliance. Oh, and actually, Yuki has fallen. As I said, a little bit of third-party action coming in, other teams getting involved with the damage.
ALGS is going to have to eat up some damage here from ArcStars and Alliance. All of a sudden, this is not looking good, and it's Gambit Esports who are moving in. It was Hardeki who got the initial knock. I'm not quite sure how it happened, but Hardeki is using that portal to see if he can get involved. They haven't quite been eliminated as yet, Alliance. ALGS has now been finished off by Faizu from dead inside, as now is the All Plan trying to hold off the team rotating in very, very late here from Lava City.
Oh, this is a great circle, though. I love that we've seen so many teams be able to get into it nice and early. We've not seen that many early fights to force out some of our bigger and better teams, but Yuki will be picked back up, and at least Alliance are going to have that banner and have the possibility of getting ALGS back up a little bit later. They might have the Skyward dive out of this one, though. They probably feel a little bit vulnerable with Gambit on one side, All Planned on the other, and both of them kind of hungry for KP, especially Gambit. You know, they have that lead. They are 6 points ahead of the top of the leaderboard right now when it comes to the overall standings, and that is a lot of points indeed.
Hardeki's just looking for any kind of targets at the moment. I love this position as well from Gambit. We've seen games won from here with everyone rotating out from Big Mord, who are stacked up for the majority of this lobby. They're going to have a pretty quiet time of it in comparison to the rest of those teams. So now they're going to be moving in. They already know that they've managed to take ALGS down. There's going to be an attempt here for a Skyward dive, it looks like, from Alliance to get out of this predicament they find themselves in. And speaking of predicaments, it will be jumping into the void for Hardeki, who will now return to the safety of his teammates.
Hardeki really wanted that KP, didn't he? The rest of Gambit are probably like, please, just be careful, come back, use a portal, use anything, and eventually Hardeki will return. As Gambit have, you know, they've got to try and get into a safer location as well. Even though right now they're all right, I think when that circle moves, they're going to be in a sticky situation. And actually, it's Lasita France who are having a little bit of a tussle here with Gambit. So every team just popping off at one another. A few peeks, a few prods, but no one really engaging in a full solid 3v3, aside from, of course, Invictus Gaming, who were eliminated first here.
Fenerbahce are kind of watching this fight go down, and with the care package scout in hands, they're going to be able to do some fair damage from a good distance. Here's Dead Inside making their move. And this is a risky moment for them. 18 squads alive. You can see they're not quite sure how they want to play or where they want to play, so they're going to take a few seconds here to use that out of bounds. And now they're going to be falling into another team. The bubble goes down. Stanley couldn't quite get the knock, but a couple of barrels going down on the other side of this bubble. We're going to slow the fight down for just a few seconds.
Just landing straight on top of Alliance. I'm sure Alliance are just a bit frustrated at this point. It seems like they can't catch a break. Now, anything that was available in that loot box of the teammate is going to be utilised by Dead Inside as Alliance. It looks like it might just be them being dead inside of this ring, because they are unfortunately taken out in 18th position.
It's a very difficult position there for Alliance to have to play. You have to maybe question the call on where they landed, if it was the best thing they could have done in that situation. Gambit's still on the edge of this circle as well. Hardeki maybe looking to pick up a kidnap here. He's going to go in. Does he get anyone? Yes, he does. And not only that, he picks up yet another in a 1v1. He'll return to his teammates, but Hardeki, we say it a million times per broadcast, it feels, just doing Hardeki things.
Yeah, the fact they had already got the one knock, it just allowed him the freedom to get aggressive, push in, gets that kidnap, and they get the wipe onto Lasita France. There was one more team there, and potentially could have jumped onto Hardeki, but thankfully he was able to get away, otherwise that could have been sticky. You can see there the Valkyrie, it's actually Fenerbahce who are there and waiting and potentially looking to try and jump onto Gambit, but for now, they'll be okay. That circle has moved ever so slightly away from Big Mord, as you were saying, Mark. It's going to be finishing in that more like open paintball-y area, and there were a few teams who had banked on that. The Geyser teams are all going to be able to force themselves through the choke, or they will go for the Valkyrie ultimate over top of the mountain, but certainly there's going to be less room for play in about 35 seconds, so 16 squads, I imagine, is going to dwindle down to around 10.
Yeah, Gambit got to deal with Fenerbahce here. This is the worry for them, the concern. If they can clear their backs, then Gambit will have pretty much a clean run up to that circle and can only focus, or only have to focus, I should say, on the teams who are in front of them. So this fight is going to be pretty pivotal, and it's going to be, oh my word, it's going to be turned in the favour of Gambit. as Hardeki takes down Draconian, and he's looking for more.
Gambit are on a tear here. I've just done quick math. The top 3 today for Gambit would guarantee them first place. So they really are in a good spot, and they just seem to be on the same page as well. Got to be careful here, have to work together. Fantastic shots, and that's going to be the wipe onto Fenerbahce.
It just looks so simple. Hardeki jumping into the void to go behind the last 2 players alive as well. So smart, just to take another angle, allow his teammates to kind of face up in a 2v2, and then just come from behind and take those shots into the back. Very simple stuff, but very well executed from Gambit, who do look on top form.
Yeah, now they've just got to slowly but surely walk into the zone here and try and find something to play. But this was the mess at Geyser. We knew this was a possibility on set. Everyone just trying to force their way through the choke.
ANC outplayed will get a knock. You can see how tough it is to move through for every single team in this choke right now. Moobloom's trying to do what he can to stay alive. The zone is closing in though, so he's got no chance of survival. And to be honest for you, for ANC outplayed, it might just be those kill points at the last moments of their game number 1 as well. They are eliminated too, as Underrated have made some kind of miraculous move to find themselves in a position to pick up those kills, but also survive too.
16 down to 10. It's almost like I had a magic ball, but it might even be more teams falling because Gambit lost a couple of players during that madness. There's currently a big battle happening in Big Board as everyone's trying to edge to the area, which is actually still within the zone. But Gambit are back up. Hardeki was the first one to fall, but at least now they're back to 3.
They have control of this truck as well, so they're going to have a little base of operations. The longer that they can stay out of the attentions of everyone else, the more success they are going to have on that side. You can see how many teams are falling though. GMT trading out a couple of kills with Zeta. All these teams just fighting at the moment inside of Big Mord or just outside of it. As Gambit Esports now take the high ground, moving round this truck, and also Hardeki's managed to swap out that R301 that didn't have much ammo for a rampage. So if he can find a couple of thermites towards the end game, he's going to be ripping through some shields.
So Rascals are in an okay place. Underrated are actually in a pretty underrated spot as well. Even though they're being held by a few teams, when they actually do eventually move in, they might be able to play some of this scenery to their advantage. But certainly in 7 seconds, I mean, everyone's going to be in an awkward spot where it's fight or flight. You either have to take the fight and you have to try and go for KP, or you try and get into one of those priority positions. There's your final 8 teams that are currently alive. Make that 7 now. And actually, it could go down even further. Na'Vi, just 2 players remaining.
Strafey's going to fall, and as you saw on the overhead there, Underrated in a very good spot. Gambit Esports also were, and they've decided to skyward dive here to see where the lay of the land is. If they can manage to land on this rock, stabilize, maybe get a Gibby bubble down before they take too much damage, they might have a chance of surviving, as Underrated will be the only team that has a real line of sight onto them. So Gambit have done exactly that, but can they get the meds off? Can they stabilize in the way that they wanted? Underrated now, forced in towards that circle, a bubble in front of them. They're going to be involved in this fight.
You really can see why Gibraltar's so important in this meta. Big shots from the Peacekeeper have to connect, will connect. It's another crack after another crack as Underrated fighting for their lives, but another bubble will stop them in their wake, and it looks like Underrated are going to be wiped out. But Gambit have managed to stabilize as we're down to 4 teams.
This is what I talked about with Gambit. This is a brilliant move from them to go to the quiet side of the circle as everyone else will be in front of them. And Hardeki moving up as well, just trying to keep the pressure on. Misses the PK shot, and now he's going to have to maybe get an armor swap to try and survive, but everything's empty by the looks of things. Nothing in his size. Finally, he finds a little shirt that's going to fit the way that he wanted, but Gambit Esports down to 2. Liogri playing in this corner. Gambit survived.
Gambit versus GMT, 3 players versus 2. You've got to go huge here if you're Gambit, but GMT have everything, including the victory. You said they were your team to watch. You said they've got some work to do, and they've done just that. They early rotated, they got into a position, and they've been able to wipe out pretty much the entire of Big Board.
Well, what a fantastic game number 1 it was. So many teams in with that possibility of taking home first place, but it is GMT who can call themselves champions. And with the carnage that did kind of unfold in front of our very eyes, Dan, it doesn't surprise me. Like I mentioned, there's a reason I picked GMT, and it is because of the fact that there's going to be so many unpredictables in this lobby. I feel like just getting a solid position consistently is going to be one of the only things that you can be consistent with.
Yeah, it was not easy to get a solid position, but look at what it can do you. It can also get you kills, but alongside that, Gambit still state their claim to being top of this leaderboard in the overall standings with 10 kills as well. Na'Vi with a big game, 16 points in total after their 9 kills and the 7 placement, and I think Underrated will be pretty happy with that. There was a few teams who were able to get into Big Mord quite early, but unfortunately were just kind of forced out and edged out by the rest of the lobby, but certainly that was an enjoyable one. I really enjoy that circle where there's just so many teams who were able to get into the position early and just get that mad sensation of a rush when, you know, round 3 turns into round 4 and everyone's just scrapping for any little bit of space they can find.
Yeah, Alliance with a slow start again. It's kind of been the story for them a lot of times recently as well. That first game never really seems to go their way, and then they pick it up. So not too much to worry about for Alliance with 5 games still ahead of us. But I'm looking at New Esports again, and I'm keeping my eyes on them because I know they're one of those bubble teams who are just on the right side of being in that top 20 at the moment. But 10th place, they've got to put up a few better performances than that. They've got to have a few top 5s at least today.
Yeah, I mean, 10th overall will only get them 2 points, which would put them tied with Kungana. So you've got to imagine that Kungana would at least find 1. The same when it comes to, like, you know, Rascals as well. They're up there. They could just get a couple of points. So certainly you need to be pushing yourself within, I think, the top 5 to give yourself a real chance of those playoffs. But the trouble for a lot of these teams is, you know, GMT just found success. Gambit just found success. They're already at the top of the leaderboards. That's not going to give those points and allow them to be available for those who are chasing those playoff spots. So you've got to make a difference in these upcoming lobbies. There's the stats, though, for GMT. There certainly was a lot of damage to be found. You've got to imagine the majority of that was probably towards the end game. Great success, especially from Naski, just under 2k damage.
Yeah, probably using those EMPs as well to really cause a ruckus in those sort of final moments. But GMT, I mean, you look across the board there, every single player stepping up, and you saw Sadell as well. Dell making sure that he was doing what he needed to do, which is being mobile as the Wraith and picking up some kills and not just sitting in positions looking for those third-party opportunities. And that's something that he's done really well. He did it really well yesterday. It's kind of a classic thing to do on Wraith, right? Just get those portals out when you see third-party opportunities so that you're not just sitting in a position and you can get, you know, top 3 without any KP. You need to pick up the KP alongside it.
Hardeki was doing exactly the same thing for Gambit and was really being a thorn in the side for Alliance. Alliance probably thought they were okay at Dome for a while, and then suddenly Gambit decided they weren't going to allow them to just freely wait at Dome until the rotate. They saw there was a weak party there. There was 3 players they could potentially get KP from, and the team waiting in Lava City also being a massive nuisance. So really enjoyable game. Certainly GMT will be delighted with that, but it's about now pushing on from this. It's about finding consistency and ensuring you get some more points on the board.
I love the fact that in our game number 1 today, we saw a zone, like you mentioned, where it gave teams the ability to play and stack up on each other. Yesterday, we saw a lot of zones that were finishing out in the open, and it became like a little bit of a Gibby fest, right? Teams just trying to survive, find half a blade of grass to hide behind before they had to engage in that bubble. But a very different style of game today, and I think that's something that maybe for some of the newer viewers, Dan, you got to understand. It's the adaptability of these teams to understand different zones, how they can play it, and having the utility to deal with it as well.
Yeah, it's about prioritizing when you can get kills, when you can't get kills, when you think you can actually win the game, or if you don't think you can win the game. If you don't think you can win the game, you've got to look for KP. And I know it's not easy to judge when you get kind of a circle that there's 10, 15 teams alive sometimes with only 1 ring left, but these teams will know. They will certainly have played these time and time again where they know where to position themselves or where not to position themselves and what you can actually achieve from certain positions. And sometimes it's just in the moment. You Valkyrie up into the air, you see what's available. Gambit saw a spot there and probably thought, okay, this is potentially winnable from here. They gave it a good go, but it was ultimately GMT who had the best position in the game, and they were pushing well, they were slaying out, and I was really impressed.
Well, GMT take home game number 1. We're going to go for a quick break now, but don't go too far because when we get back, game 2 is just around the corner.
Hostile right here.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, in Europe, all is on the line today. The EMEA region takes off on our final day before playoffs are here. But of course, here is all in your perspective as we are all online enjoying the action from around the world today. And I'm joined by one of my buddies. It's so good to be on the mic with you, Tom. How you feeling going into this? GMT with a huge start in round one.
Such a big game there, and that's such a tough zone you can see. And Dan was talking about the amount of teams that are going to end up being taken out. It went from 16 to 10 really quick, and you saw the amount of shots that were being landed. Rain Day, these players came to play today, man.
And I love the way they set up our teams to watch here because we have Alliance, we have GMT, and we have New Esports. And GMT take game one. But it wasn't just about how they were able to execute because we didn't really see them driving a lot of that action until the very final fight where they were 3-2 up against Gambit. It was a lot on the eyes of Hardeki. And this is a team that you cannot speak about. Dan mentioned it earlier, our math guy bringing us 2 points already at the start of this one, that if they get a top three, they're guaranteed first place. Somebody's going to have to stop this train because Hardeki and the boys do not seem to be slowing down.
Not at all. And you would sit there and watch the way that they are playing, and it's just absolute ruthless gameplay coming through. And I got to say that the intensity is picked up from yesterday. We got a chance to see all the EMEA action yesterday, the North America action. And honestly, I feel like everybody understands today is the day to go and perform. This is the last day. You have to make your points and get your points. You have to get your dubs. You have to make your adjustments now. And we saw also the value of crypto there from GMT too.
Absolutely.
I think that when you see how many teams are over in Big Mod, you can get so much information in that drone. And it's really nice to see GMT put that together and utilize that composition the way that they did, because that's what's so beautiful about Apex right now is you could really play a handful of different legends, and whatever you're really feeling, whatever your team chemistry is, whatever your strengths are, you could really play into that. And GMT showed what can happen with a good crypto team.
It was one of the points I was going to bring up earlier or a little bit later, but you brought it up now. I think this is a huge story of Gambit and their kryptonite being GMT with the crypto. The way that Gambit plays with the Valk, the Wraith, and the Gibby especially, being able to communicate when to use that Gibby bubble is so precious. But the one thing that can throw that plan out like a light is the crypto drone, and that's what ended up happening and kind of shut down a lot of their defensive locations. They had an easier side of the map, and it was Nasky, the boy with Badoli and Serdell, who kind of played spoiler to that. We'll see if they can do it here as we follow along with their early landing. 19 squads in the game. Boy, oh boy, it is good to be back. We got some Apex action for you today.
And that's a really interesting route as we sit there and watch what GMT's doing. You can see Nasky lands close over towards where he can get a scan in case there isn't going to be a scan there. And that's really important. Sometimes in Harvester, you're not going to be able to get a scan as we see a lava fissure zone. It's going to be interesting to see how they rotate. They're not that far coming through. But you understand with the Gibby meta, the only counter to that really would be the crypto like you're talking about. And I know that's what Nasky's thought process is. Well, if 19 teams in this lobby are running Gibby and we're running crypto, then we can hit a really good EMP, get rid of all those bubbles, get rid of any caustic traps that are going through. And they haven't really adapted the Valkyrie composition. It's interesting to watch them go with Wraith instead. It's so scary in these type of zones to be able to go through without a Gibraltar. And they're able to do that. The reason they're able to do that is the experience that they have on crypto. And it was a really nice execution in game number one. Look how fast they're rotating, though. 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. They're already going for a redeploy here.
And it feels like this is a very strong start because what you'll notice is about a minute, maybe in some change, maybe 56 seconds, you'll start to see these Valkyrie ultimates come up, and that's when the skyward dives will happen for those teams playing edge, trying to get a little bit earlier on into a better spot. But, you know, if you are needing a little bit more cover, a little bit more safety in your route, you do have to hit that redeploy. You have to move faster. You don't have the Gibby for when you land, in case you do land on an opponent, to kind of stall that fight. And so really interesting choices from GMT. And on the flip side of things, we have the juggernauts here, Gambit Esports, Artico, Leogri, Hardeki, who are pretty fearless, as they should be, the leaders in EMEA, looking very strong in game one, but obviously got to feel like, man, that final circle didn't quite go the way that we wanted it. Maybe a few adjustments to be made, Tom, but overall, it's really hard to point on any flaws in their gameplay so far.
I think you should be pretty stoked if you're Gambit because of the fact that you're just zooming and your shots were looking so good. The movement was great. The teamwork was great. They're getting themselves out of tough situations, but they are also taking out strong opponents along the way just to be able to get that early knock on Alliance, kind of grief their game. Taking out the stronger teams and the bigger orgs is always a good idea, and that just goes to show how well they are actually playing. But I love their composition too, because that plays into their strengths. They're a team that likes to play aggressive, they love to fight, they love to skirmish, so you have double rotations coming through, and then you have Gibraltar if you really need to play the edge. Now you're going to see Na'Vi coming through with another composition that we haven't seen. So that's what's so exciting about Apex. We had a meta where it was always Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith. Now we've seen 3 different compositions from 3 different teams that we've cycled through.
Valk and Gibby and the Wraith, and Crypto, excuse me. It's a very interesting dynamic. But Na'Vi's a team that needs to be on everybody's mind today, because Na'Vi are unfortunately in this position outside of playoffs. But as we had mentioned earlier, any team has a chance with a big day today to get themselves into that top 20. They find themselves in 28th position, but don't worry about it like that. They have 8 points, and of course, Kingarna, who are holding down that 20th spot, has 11. So even if they were to find themselves in the middle of the pack today, or maybe towards a 4th, 5th place finish, they might be able to push ahead of Kingarna. Hopefully, they don't see their opponents have better games than them and jump. But certainly, if they were to win or have a lights-out day, which starting off pretty well, I believe they got 3rd, maybe have about 15 to 18 points right now, Tom. They're going in the right direction.
And every point really matters. We've seen so many brutal times where there's only been a couple of points separating teams from maybe 3rd to, say, 8th place. And that's a huge discrepancy in the amount of points that you're going to be able to get overall. Saw it yesterday. We saw it in North America. We saw it in EMEA as well, as you take a look at what Outplayed and Underrated are doing. And then also, what I love about EMEA is that they bust out the Loba way more than most compositions. And Loba can be very strong as well, especially in certain instances if you could get set up and get the black market going. So we'll see exactly what happens here. This has been kind of the meta in terms of if we had to pick a most popular composition when you're looking at Caustic, Gibby, and Valkyrie, the double big boy combo. And we'll see what Stanny and Dead Inside is going to be able to do with their rotation. Such a far rotation here to go to Lava Fissure. They're going to have to play the edge.
Well, you could say Loba might be a little underrated at this point. We'll check in with them a little bit. Gambit. Oh, under pressure here. Hardeki senses it. Good thing he goes into the void. Still got the Dimensional Rift on hand if they need to get out of this one, but just a little bit of scouting. And Leogri going to take an advanced position here. Not necessarily where you want to fight, but they feel comfortable. They've had plenty of chances, unlike a lot of teams who maybe haven't warmed up in Game 1 or Game 2, getting into their first firefight. And look at this. It's Alliance gatekeeping Gambit. And so we've got 2 juggernauts here. Alliance, another team that has been committed to staying with their tried and true composition, avoiding the Ash, but boot camping here in person for the first time, meeting Yuki for the first time in person, and they have played lights out yesterday. Can they continue to do it here?
2 teams with 2 similar compositions here, and you're going to see the portal rotation coming out from Gambit by Hardeki, and you're going to see Alliance holding their ground here. This is really smart from Alliance, but at the same time, this is one of the more popular spots on the entire map to go and fight. This Cerrito building sees so much action throughout, and if you start this fight and a 3rd party comes, there are going to be 4th and 5th parties that will come over here. But look at Hardeki. Instead of portaling his team out, he's actually portaling around the corner so he could take a high ground, and they're trying to bully Alliance off their spot. It looks like they were able to do so, but Alliance understands as well. Gambit, they're crazy. Why are they still trying to fight us? This has been going on for over a minute, and everyone knows 30 seconds is the limit to fight before the pros really start to send it.
All right, you're going to start to see some of those skyward dives head up. As you can see, Ultimate's charge, round 1, about 53 seconds away from ending. But a nice little exhibition match there. Seems like they weren't committed to a final result, and they're going to expect the tie and move on to the next time, which will be much, much later for both of those teams if all bodes well. Impe, Sirius, talked a lot for me about L'Équipe de France coming in. This is a team that is in 12th position right now overall, and I love looking at the way that they kind of approach the game. They can pop off. Fenerbahce, a team that we've also mentioned, can pop off. And Tom, you need that if you're going to actually win and move up these standings. You can't just get close. You have to have that decisive clinical aspect about you. And you know, Pinky Finky, the name sounds less scary than the actual aim because, trust me, it gets the job done.
I started to have this revelation that the cheesier your name is, the more intimidating you actually are. And it could be a thing because think about it. He's like, you know, Pinky Finky's one shot, and you really can't take that seriously. Like
No,
you
you
just
can't.
have to laugh, right?
You
so
do.
when you start to laugh, your shot goes everywhere. So it's a genius strategy.
It's brilliant, really. I mean, at this point, we need to sign this guy up for, some conversations with, you know, maybe some of Einstein's followers, man. I mean, this guy really knows what he's doing. And obviously in the Mensa world, he may not be up next, but hey, he's close. LCDF. Let's see the fronts. We talked about it. Joke, Larabanu, and Lager holding down this building, playing edge. Not having to worry about too many other teams you could see in the zone there, but standing dead inside. Oh, they're in an engagement with Alliance. The benefit of this is they know they can buy a little time. Can't quite move yet on the defensive bombardment, as that will interrupt their pressure, but they don't need it. They've got the high ground here. Oh, beautiful shot. The hip fire clips one more for 14. He's going to slide in and hit it. Oh, the headshot as well. Hockey's trying to finish this one off. You know he's looking for that KP. Dead inside. Not quite dead. Trying to get inside, though, and Alliance hot on their tails.
We get the player outlines. Alliance doesn't, but you can see the awareness that Hackies is having throughout all this, checking his back, making sure that they're watching the other building as well, taking the angle over towards the window. But now that the Caustic team gets inside of the building, you really have to disengage here. And look at Alliance. Right while I'm saying that, they are totally on board with that. It's like, hey, we get it. You have Caustic. You win. We were about to kill you, though. Let it be known.
Yeah, and I think that's like the right decision-making across all those aspects, realizing that this is the moment you're vulnerable. You know, before you get there, let's try to fight you. But here's the thing. It's a short-term solution for a long-term problem, and Alliance knows it. They're in the better spot. They can gatekeep this choke, and eventually that circle is going to move. So Dead Inside is going to come up with a plan. That Caustic is going to get exposed, baby, so they're going to have to get him out of there in some way or another. Again, the Skyward Dive available for Yuki. 18 squads. Still left here in game number 2 in EMEA. Alliance, one of your leaders overall, heading into playoffs, sitting at the number 4 spot. Had a fantastic game early on, and yesterday were extremely impressive. And they've gotten to skirmishes with Dead Inside. They've gotten to skirmishes with Gambit. They've made it out alive. But you know what they say, Tom? Third time's the charm. You may not want to press your luck.
Yeah, no whammies over here. And you know what you got to look out for is a heat map of where Alliance has gone, because I think they've ring around the rosy about 15 times over towards Thermal Station, just doing circles saying, hey, who wants to come over here? We own this area. GMT trying to own this area as well. I'm trying to see in the mini-map if there is any scans around. Obviously with Crypto and Nasky, the big brain plays, you're going to constantly be looking for those. Speaking of looking for something, Alliance looking for another fight over here. Gonna hit the nade. Oh, man, look at the burst coming out of Hackies.
And is this Dead Inside who tried to rotate a little bit around? It's going to be interesting to see. He knows that's almost 4 nades from Hockeys. And he's done his work, but they haven't been able to solidify the KP there. This is starting to get a bit frustrating to watch, and I'm sure frustrating to play because they are so close. They're using so many resources, but the zone is moving in. Round 2 closing. 46 seconds before it is over, and Alliance want to take advantage of those teams on the edge. They're prey, but they're also uber aware of the fact that they could become prey in an instant like that if they don't keep an eye on their back. And so Yuki, Vapes, doing a good job of kind of finding some space to support what will be an aggressive moment here as Alliance are going to run into Kick and a couple other teams very soon.
You can see that Hacky's had 100 shots in his R301, and I'll help our boy Onset out. That means that he could shoot 4 separate times because there's 25, okay, in the clip. And 25 times 4 Onset is 100. So he can shoot 4 times. He has to be careful because 4 is not many.
We don't pay you to be a math teacher as well, but we should. You and Dan should be getting an extra stipend here because, you know, you're teaching a lot of different things. Pay attention, guys. Get your kids in here. You're going to kickstart them to a beautiful career in academia. And also, I feel like you're going to see a really good showcase of how you deal with these edge fights, because Alliance, they've been involved in almost everything, and we keep seeing them find a way out. They are not in the premier spot. Their rotation was a little late, and you can see Kick here noticing this. They're saying, hey, can we find a little bit of damage? Play zone. You can see Kick going down Hierarcha, getting damage taken to him as well. Nuako just trying to bide his time, and they can sit in the zone. It's zone 3. It hurts a little bit, but not enough unless you start getting bullets on top of it, and Alliance know exactly where they are. Finally, a little bit of KP seems to be going Alliance's way, but can they finish off all of Kick?
You're stuck in between 2 really solid teams here, and watching yesterday, I was so impressed with Herald and the tracking that team had overall. Alliance still hitting the replicator and just going to continue to craft up, which is pretty genius because you're able to just continually get meds over there And with it Zone 2 going into Zone 3, like you were saying, Rain Day, it will not chunk you all the way down. You can definitely out-heal that zone. You're going to be A-okay in that situation. Speaking of finding more utility, you could see Underrated to set up with that black market over here. And I wonder if they're going to try to grief the crafting station. That'd be hilarious.
Oh, that would be amazing. That would be the bomb. I mean, I don't think that's going to reach, but honestly, that would be such a fun showcase of really a team comp that, yeah, we do find underrated. I know the jokes are there, but more importantly, the Loba is something that we see in EMEA, and it's a special thing not only to see, but to hear how they implement it at the highest of levels, as she is one of the more popular characters in Apex Legends. Let's go ahead and listen in into underrated strategy.
We set up Valko.
20 on the Valve.
They're crossing.
I'm popping cells.
Valk has blue. Cross it blue. We need to play above these guys. Play above these guys. We're going to play ramp. We're going to play ramp.
Fall back. Can you wait for me? Wait for me.
We just take space while we can. You catch up.
Right in front of you. Hey,
yeah, that's a different team. That's a different team.
Just drop.
Play right side. We're going to play down here.
Alright. I mean, on us is chilling. Maybe
if Countdown's free, we might be able to have a shit ton of space.
Gotta be.
Yeah, I don't see anyone Countdown. I don't see anyone Countdown. Where were you getting shot from the right side? You said you were getting shot.
From up here in the house.
Okay. We're chilling then.
I'm going to go far right.
I'm coming. There's a team on the house in front of us.
I think we can walk off on the Countdown team.
Yeah, like this side's free as fuck.
17 teams alive. Where is everyone?
Remember, there's a team behind us somewhere.
Yeah, just walk with me. Walk with me. Don't look behind.
I'm coming. Walking.
I'm climbing. I don't see anyone.
First when you're up there.
Yeah, wait. For some reason, auto sprints on, bro.
What the fuck?
Is that even a setting in gameplay? Auto sprint off. What the fuck?
There's a team where we were. It's like a solo Wraith. There's a solo Wraith right here.
It could be a
That's Usaka.
Is that the duo Wraith? Yeah. Like.
It's just
solo.
Did they cut the vote? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. You saw him, or you're just saying he's gonna come in?
No, I saw her.
Okay.
She's there.
I mean, look at zone. So.
Honestly,
I think we just clear out.
We now fuck it. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah,
this house is still in on the inside.
The fence is all in and inside.
How is there not a team in Countdown?
I don't know.
Do you want to low bro? We should clear this out for rats, like down under and shit.
I'm low bro on this side.
Alright.
Because I don't want that team to see it, honestly. But
I mean, I think we try and get nades. The one fight we need is the house. We just need to fight for the house.
Yeah.
Alright,
I took 2 Oxes.
I'm grabbing a frag.
I have 3 Ox. This house is probably gonna know coming.
Well, you can see the decision making here on what to pick, what to grab. Nades always a good choice, and underrated, looking pretty strong here. A little replay from Dead Inside, getting into a skirmish top.
Yeah, I love that listen-ins. The listen-ins are usually my favorite part of the tournament because you get an idea of what these teams are thinking as we take a look at how Alliance ended up getting dropped. But going back to the strategy that we saw, grabbing nades is so important throughout all of this because you need to push people outside of the buildings. And we're going to go into Lava Fissure and look at how much building you have inside. Yes, there is a handful of open areas down below, etc. But the goal is to get into one of these donut buildings or get onto one of the side buildings over towards where that little mountain is. Nice shots coming in from Manny Jack with the longbow.
And that has got to be frustrating from an overall story perspective for Alliance, despite being in 4th. 0 points in round 1. And you could tell how much they were involved, but obviously not making it to that final round here. And so that will not be a huge point game for them either. A team I've been impressed with is, of course, Invictus Gaming. Bryn, blasts, and noises. They're getting a couple of blasts outside of the building that they're holding, but the R301 is singing in the hands of Bryn. Noises taking some time. The arc hits. That's not good, but he's going to get the shield bat off. Unfortunately, he's got the blue and only 87 left before he can upgrade that 25 shielding. Will that be the difference? Bryn closing in, trying to provide cover while they can get blasts up. Big play from Invictus Gaming, but they're still under pressure.
You see GMT's falling in the kill feed as Pinky. Pinky is picking up a handful of kills in that kill feed. Nags there with the banner grabs as well. I don't think he's going to be able to get the respawn off, but hello, there's a lot of action right there. Nags, you got to be careful, and just going to casually run by 6 players.
He's just like, see you later. Bye. Yeah, you guys are fighting. I don't want to be involved in that. That's funny. I would have shot. I know most of us would have. Just say, hey, let's see what happens. But he's going for the placement points. It's still 12 teams alive. Unbelievable stuff. We've got at least 4 here fighting each other. And you can see Lasite France, Na'Vi as well, a team that desperately needs the point. 16 in game 1. They are finding themselves just outside of the top 20. A huge game here would put them in a beautiful position to maybe, just maybe, make playoffs. But we're going to have to see if Invictus Gaming will get in the way. Rascals 7 on top of the hill. He's got a beautiful vantage point of the fighting, but not involved in it just yet. But Rascals, all 3 alive. Alpha Draft on the red Evo as well, holding down a ton of area here in this final circle.
Just look how peaceful it looks from Siven's point of view. Little do they know that there's 20 players that are directly below him, just trapped on top of one another, and all hell's about to break loose here very shortly. But look at how Paradise is staying within Q distance. That's always something to keep in mind. He can go back to either one of his teammates, and that distance that he is almost the exact distance that his phase is going to last. So for newer players, really pay attention to that type of positioning. Everybody has to take different angles, make sure that they're watching certain things, and always have your most aggressive legend try to play a little bit forward so you can own as much real estate as possible. And now we see exactly what the plan is going to be. It's going to be a portal play and also picking up some kills with the ARC-Star as well. So there goes the move to get inside of the building, and they're going to take control.
Shuts off one door that was being pursued, forces them to take the portal and get into an engagement. Beautiful stuff from Rascals. Paradise, we had just mentioned it, sets it up so nicely, and now they have control of the building. 10 squads left here in this final circle. Rascals approaching from the outside. You can see Sirius holding down, possibly a solo. I don't see the rest of the squad. Nope, Joke, Lagger, they are rotating as well. So there's some time, but ANC outplay. They're gonna need to do some outplaying right now as things are starting to heat up. Goes into the void and also sets up the dimensional rift right on top of the roof. He'll be safe here for now, but for how long? He's got to get his team around. There's KP on the fort. The R99 spray hits a couple of headshots, but not enough. Oh, the PK silences any conversation there, and they pick it up. Beautiful stuff from Shax, just with a sliver of health. He makes it out alive.
I thought I've seen 1 HP before, but that is officially 1 HP. I don't care what anyone says. That's 0.5 HP. EMEA is not messing around today. These players are here to game. They're here to slay. The shots are connecting. The PK was just so beautiful right there. And now we'll see what Paradise is going to be able to do. Still has that portal if you want to go and use this one. And look at that. The zone is going to pull directly towards where they're at. 8 squads, Rain Day, in this little zone.
Unbelievable. You feel like there isn't enough room, but there is. They're somehow making a way, whether they're hiding in pills, in the lava, or in the crevices of a rock. They have found their location, but where will it end? The last teams remaining, obviously, dead inside. IG, Click Esports, Rascals, Lasite de France, all planned, and ANC outplayed. Rascals already having an incredible performance thus far, but Invictus Gaming looks like they'll be the first ones to go. It's Sivan who finds the kills there, all planned, located on the back side and the bottom side of this building. But now it's time, Tom. Everything is closing in. They're going to have to make some decisions, and Paradise, he's already getting back with his team. They seem like they're on the outskirts of all this fighting in a really strong spot.
Gold helmet is so huge here for Rascals. Keep in mind, it's all about who puts the bubble down last. But when you have the gold helmet, you're going to get your bubble up faster than everybody. So maybe you consider dropping that early, as we're going to see a lot of desperate plays here. A lot of teams that were stuck in the lava down low are going to try to grief where Rascals is at. So they have to be extremely careful. The good thing is, they're going to be getting a little bit of help from the team that's on the roof. They should be kind of focusing these teams, and that's exactly what's happening. Both the teams understand, hey, this team is in desperate mode. We cannot let them come up here for free. This is the real estate we deserve and that we own, and you can see that happening from Rascals and Dead Inside's point of view.
It's going to be tough for the team down below. They're going to have to climb. Dead Inside are holding the edge, the lip of this building as long as possible, but now it's time to move. They've been forced away, and Rascals just sitting, waiting, shooting fish in a barrel. Apex Legends pros on a hill. Either way, it looks pretty good from Rascals POV. Paradise tries to find the ARC-Star, and it's not enough. They're going to get hit with the Caustic Ult, but the bubble comes just in time, saves them from that and the defensive bombardment. 3 teams left. Rascals, will they make the move? Mpe finds a kill, and it's Faizu going back. Dead Inside still alive. Rascals, Sivan, surely are going to come clean this one up. Rascals have dominated so far in game 2, and they're going to seal the deal with a finish, a kiss from the Mastiff, and Rascals will win it.
It's all about having the last bubble down, and they did. That was so well played, the way that they were able to just manipulate the map to force all the teams over towards each other. The ARC-Star laid perfectly in between two bubbles that was just about to disappear. You can't really play any better Apex than that. Just a clinic on how to play from Rascal's point of view.
I love the rotation and the timing of it because they were playing that building, and Paradise had that amazing dimensional rift that obviously he was getting pursued on. Then it sent them back, whoever was pursuing him, back into an engagement. They were able to hold the building, and the second that building got a little bit too stressful, they realized, all right, we have to play the outer edge here, and it just worked out so well. They put everybody in front of them. Nobody was on their back, and you could see what ended up happening there. 10 kills, 22 total points. Big shout outs, though, to IG, Blast, Bryn, and Noises. They got 12 on the day. Dead Inside, they had a great finish, obviously. And all plan, Impe, Sirius, Kremawau. I think I said that right. I don't know. I hope so. Let me know if I didn't on Twitter. I just went with it. Another place here in terms of placement points. DC3, nothing too shabby, so that'll get them in the conversation. But overall, it was Rascals just having a, that was clinical.
It really was. And you're starting to see the teams that are really trying to make the playoffs really step it up. And you look at the right-hand side and you see all these big orgs, Na'Vi, Gambit, Kick, Alliance, etc., having lackluster game twos. And that is, again, in my opinion, what happens in these situations is the teams that really need to turn up are going to come out swinging. And the teams that are kind of feeling like they got it under control are more or less kind of mentally in the playoffs already, maybe thinking about how they're going to make adjustments or kind of just still getting a feel for what's going on. But when you look at the way that everybody is bringing it right now, the shots are connecting, the damage is connecting. Everything was so well done from this Rascal squad. And we saw that even previously with Gambit, how they were able to do such a great job in game number 1 and even GMT executing. So when we're watching look at that 2K damage for Alpha Draft. That's just absolutely ridiculous.
It was a beautiful showcase, and it reminded me of Gambit as well. Not because they won. Obviously, Rascals were able to get the job done, whereas GMT won our game number 1 here in EMEA. But they had to go through a little bit of a journey to find that spot, and it was constantly adjusting, adapting, and making the right decision again and again and again to survive. And that's what ultimately will get the job done and putting you in first place and gaining you those points. What a day it would be if Rascals could finish like they are here in game 2, top of the leaderboard, 12 more points. That might even put them in the top 10, so they would start in the playoffs with a couple of extra points heading into the match point format. That would be huge. Not as Vincier, a team we're talking about outside of the playoffs, need to go big here as well. Dead Inside currently holding a pretty decent spot, but definitely need to be on their game because they're only 1 point. They're actually tied with Na'Vi. So Dead Inside and Na'Vi, 2 teams that if they keep this up, might be able to make the playoffs, Tom. So many storylines developing here. It's really setting up for some fun games towards the back half of this tournament.
It's so exciting because anything could happen today, and then anything could happen when the playoffs go down. And we've seen that with a team like 100 Thieves, formerly Congarna, winning in North America. We've seen Le Cise de France come out of nowhere and just come off of our radar and blow teams out of the water when it really matters. So all these players and teams understand they have a chance, and they're bringing their best Apex performance today. It's so exciting to watch.
Well, we have a secondary stream going on, and we're going to give you a little bit of info about how that's happening. And we see Nemesis up on top, major pushers, Top Dogs, Rebel, Congarna, Reply Totem, Scars, Future Perfect, and 69 IQ, and Phoenix rounding out those top 10. Guild Esports, who are actually in the top spot of Europe, right behind, Gambit at 29 points, not having a strong start, but that doesn't mean they will not have a strong finish. Though I think we're seeing a lot of those similar tendencies, Tom. Today, teams know they were going to make the playoffs. We got to get it done. Everybody has come to play from day one or from game 1, and there's no way you are going to stop this momentum for these teams who are trying to make it. We have game 3 coming up very shortly. It's getting more and more intense, more and more exciting, but we're going to have a quick break before we get there.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League. EMEA, once again, providing all of the action for you today. Onset and Gaskin here to take you through game number 3. And it was your favourite name team, Dan, who won game number 2. It was Rascals, living up to their name in that second game, just playing that high ground for so long, and then swooping in with some big shots at the end.
Cheeky little rascals, aren't they? Just sneaking their way into the end game. I mean, we saw them do this in the previous time these two groups went toe-to-toe. They weren't able to topple Gambit in the overall group leaderboards, but certainly they put themselves at least a footing ahead of Gambit. And you've got to imagine that when you have two groups that go up against each other, you're always going to have similar rotations, similar drop spots, if not the same drop spots from every team. So it should transition from one week to another. If you're successful in one, you should still find that success in the other, just for the way that the game plays out. But of course, those final circles do come into it. But Rascals really demonstrating why they found so much success in the previous. But with GMT and Gambit so close behind, they know they can't afford to slip up here. Otherwise, there's plenty of room for someone else to take that top spot.
And speaking of the other teams that are going to be going on right now, we do have that lobby, which is live, and that's going to be Groups B versus D. And this is how things are currently looking over there. Dan Nemesis, top of the tables. FigVam, looking like they might have just come off the back of a very, very big result, jumping up 60 places, which I think I can guarantee they had a very big result in that second game of theirs. Kangana in 3rd place, which is very important for them too.
Yeah, Nemesis down in 34th spot. They're in relegation at the moment, so a win here would do wonders for their... Well, it would get them playoffs, you'd have to imagine, and certainly would force them out of that relegation spot. Same for FigVam. They're 30th. They're teetering on the edge of relegation, so certainly if they can finish in top 3, it would be amazing. And then, yeah, you mentioned it. Kangana are that 20th team. They are the benchmark that everyone's currently chasing. So as long as they have a good enough week here, they should still be able to hold that playoff spot.
Well, 7-8-9, we're just on the outside looking in, as they have been for quite the majority of Pro League so far. So, excuse me.
Is he okay?
I think I'm okay. 1 second.
Can we get some water? All right, I'll just talk because
I'm good, Dan. I'm back. Don't worry. 789 are continuing to look from the outside in, as they have been for the majority of things. Apologies for that, everybody. I don't know what quite happened there, but we're back. Don't worry. I'm not going to pass out on broadcast. We're all fine. They need a big last 4 games if they do want to force their way into that final 20. But let's take our attention back to where we are right now, because off the back of that big win, Rascals, it kind of mixed things up a little bit. And I'm looking across the leaderboards, and I keep thinking, every team that I look at, I'm like, there's a different permutation for what they need in these next 4 games, whether it's avoiding relegation, whether it's getting into that top 20, whether it's holding into that top 20, or if it's winning the whole thing overall, because Gambit are looking pretty strong at the moment, and they don't look like slowing down. They were involved in some endgame battles once again. Didn't quite get the result that they did in that first game, but as far as slaying prowess is concerned, Gambit look like they're on form at the moment. It's just about maybe just recognizing the situations they have to take their foot off the gas ever so slightly.
Well, but at the same time, no one else can afford to take their foot off the gas, which can be quite worrying for a lobby when everyone's going at 100 miles an hour and people are maybe rushing to try and pick up some KP when it's available, because those points may not come across you very easily. So you really got to be prepared to take those risks here or there, because it's do or die. You could be out of Pro League, you could be in that relegation and having to compete for those spots, you could be not playing in playoffs and having the chance for playing for those hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to be available to all those players competing. And as for Gambit, it's as simple as they need top 3 overall here today, and they would be the winners of EMEA. Even if they finish 3rd place and Guild, who are currently behind them, won their group, Gambit would still have them on tiebreakers. So that's a nice thing to have, I'd say, for Gambit, to know what they can set out for, know that at least that it's in their hands.
Oh, I agree with you completely. It's going to be interesting to see which team turns into a death box first, though, in this game, a little bit like I did before we even got into the game. Let's take a look at that beacon as we see it illuminated in that beautiful, beautiful green. And this is a very, very tough zone, to say the least. We might be going towards landslide by the looks of things, Dan, but look at the amount of mountainous area that is there. That 3rd beacon is going to be vital for teams to hit if they want to know what side of that mountain they want to be.
Oh, this is nasty. This is not something you really want to be playing. You can play the train tracks, you can play the vault area, play landslide as you say, but it's very likely that this could pull into an open area which is just kind of rocks and terrain, and you mentioned it earlier, only a blade of grass to hide behind. So Gibraltar is going to be extremely important. That's why you're seeing Gibraltar across the board pretty much in every team today, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a pretty sticky situation when it comes to the last few circles. We might see teams drop off a little bit earlier if there isn't as much freedom to play because of the amount of mountain that is involved in this one. So going to be a tough one to play for a lot of these teams.
That top central platform here at Landslide is going to be vital to control. That is the highest point that you can shoot down from, and you can see the GMT just a few seconds late to the party as there's already a player up there in the exact position that I was talking about. So GMT, who have made one of the quickest rotations you could possibly want into Landslide, not going to be able to get their desired position. At the moment, they look a little bit lost on what plan B is, because Eternal, even though they've only got white armors here, Dan, you can see the importance of holding down that high ground, because they can just rain shots down, as it looks like, finally, GMT are managing to stabilize inside of that truck.
It's very difficult to push a team off here without leaving yourself exposed and vulnerable. Teams have tried to Valkyrie ult up onto here, but you can just get drilled out of the sky, not only by the team on top, but also by the other teams in the surrounding areas. But Eternal don't feel like they fancy holding this one for much longer. And I don't know whether that's just because they felt the threat of the other teams nearby and they didn't feel like they could hold fights with that white armor, or maybe they feel like the truck is a safer area to play right now.
Well, Zeta Division, they've taken the other side of things. They're kind of on the countdown side on this truck, which is a pretty good place to hold, depending on which way you look at things. If everyone's going to be thinking Landslide's the place to be, then playing on this side might be the slightly quieter side with less attention and less teams moving their way towards you. So that's the decision they've made, and I'm sure the one that they're going to be pretty happy with as well. That top central platform, like you mentioned, Dan, is open though, and I wonder if GMT are going to recognize that and going to think, now that Eternal have left, there might be an opportunity for us to try and sneak up to control that. For teams who are going to be Valkyrie ulting in a little bit later, if that is open, that's going to be a really strong position to hold down.
I think one of the worries, if you are holding it though, is even though one Valkyrie team you're usually going to deal with, but what happens if the second and the third Valkyrie team starts to arrive is they notice a fight going down, they notice maybe a knock has happened, and they want to actually try and take it off them. I do just want to talk about Zeta Division for a second, because, I mean, previous Fire Beavers, one of the best teams that we've seen across Apex Legends at times, really changing the meta when they first started introducing changes to which Legends they were going to be playing. And Loba being one of their big things. Taskmaster, one of my favourite players to watch, and the amount of damage that player outputs is crazy. But they're outside of playoffs right now. They're in 23rd position, 2 points short of the top 20. And they really just haven't had a good Pro League. They had the one good week in round 2, but I guess that's at least something they can go off, that they know they have the capability of finishing top 3. But outside of that, they've been top 15, sometimes even the bottom 5, and that's not good enough. I'm hoping for a more solid performance going into these rounds.
Well, G-Dolphin is, I'm pretty sure, not playing on a 24-inch monitor. He must be playing on a projector or something to see that player that was inside of the building, because I could not see it. But then again, my eyes are not the best. Zeta Division, this is the team you're talking of. Controlling this top tower, it's going to be Taskmaster, who is given that task to Master. And he's going to have the ability to get back to his teammates with the mobility that Loba does have. So for now, it's about farming damage for him. Sunset and 9 Impulse are holding down that truck that we saw them on previously, and a little bit of damage being done here, and New Esports are going to be doing that damage, and it's Na'Vi who are on the receiving end of it. One knock comes in. Are they able to confirm the kill, though? Is this going to be a swarm now that they have that knock, that they can get those angles for? Na'Vi in a very, very tough spot early on here in game number 3.
Yeah, you're pretty scared, I think, if you're Na'Vi here. You've got to try and get into a position where you can cover Nesh and maybe pick him up, but Strafey also low. And they've not really got much to work with. Various teams have got eyes on them right now. And ideally, you want to get Nesh up and maybe even have to use the Valkyrie ult, skyward dive, just to try and get out of dodge here, because there are too many eyes on you. You can't afford to go down this early, not in the position that you are in the overall standings, where you're fighting for your playoff chances.
New Esports are going to have a look at this, I think, to see what Na'Vi's situation is. They're going to hit the EMP as well, which is going to be so frustrating for Na'Vi at the moment. There's just no respite whatsoever for the 3 players, as every single time they manage to stabilize for 2 seconds, it looks like they will have got the res off. And they've got the Gibraltar back to their feet. But what is that next plan? Like you say, where do they try and move to? And how do they try and approach some of the latter moments of this game? Gambit Esports at the moment, Hardeki doing a little bit of rock climbing, doing his best Mountain Goat impression, but unfortunately, not fortunately, he is the perfect Mountain Goat as he finds what is the sneakiest of positions up here, going to find the angles, going to check if there's anyone holding that choke, and you might have noticed that he's got a bigger gun than most with that Kraber in his hands.
Yeah, he's going to be swinging that one around in the rest of the lobby, I'm sure, and they did spot a team towards that choke, and I think that's why he dropped off. It's Fenerbahce and Pinky Finky, which I still won't get tired of saying.
Still yet to make that call though, Dan. I'm still yet to make that endgame call where I scream pinky finky. Maybe
One
today.
day it will happen, but
maybe
for
today.
Fenerbahce, they're in the relegation zone, Mark. So we might not be screaming pinky finky for much longer if they cannot pull something out here. Maybe they need to pull the pinky out of pinky and start to show us what they're made of.
Well, some nades coming in here, and Rascals, the winners of our game number 2, having to retreat. And you can see that the zone is closing behind them as well. It is only round 1, however, so they won't be too fussed by the little bit of tick damage. However, the team on the receiving end of that grenade will be fussed. 100 points popping up, a little bit more as well, and that's Alpha Draft given a signal now to move in. Defensive grenades coming in from the team inside of the truck, where Rascals have turned this situation around. They are the ones doing the damage. They are the damage dealers.
Did have to throw the bubble down. They were a little bit vulnerable to a lot of grenades coming out from various different teams here, all planned on the team that are being absolutely wrecked inside the truck. And I think if you're Rascals, you want to finish this fight quickly, get that loot, take that position, but it's Alliance on the other side. You're really being a nuisance.
Look at Alliance. Hackis is just waiting, praying that one knock goes down per side. Look at him, he's just holding onto that portal, trying to sneak up like a snake in the grass. Now he's going to give that sign away, but this might be the signal for him to try and pick up some free KP. Can he find the angles to do so, though? Gonna have to pop a couple of shield cells here, and this makes the job of Rascals so much more difficult, just knowing that Hackis is there to add some extra shots.
It's what you wanted from your Wraith player. You were saying it previous, that it's so important that you push in, you try and get that KP, but I think Rascals knowing now that someone is in the vicinity, you've got to be careful. You cannot afford to let anyone go down here, but Vibes has got involved, has got a knock, and Rascals, well, now they may be in a little spot of bother here. Alliance are just on the prowl, waiting to try and finish anything off that may remain, but it looks like Rascals have just been able to get inside.
Involved in a fight as well, and Hayaka's going to be taken down. That's New Esports who win that one. Na'Vi also come in to say hello and have a little bit of the action, so it looks like New and Kick now will be eliminated. Alliance, who are playing right on the very edge, teetering inside of that zone. Now I have to be very careful as Rascals are trying to chase down Hackis here. Vibes is there, like you say, to provide that cover, but Hackis got to be careful here, because you can see that Rascals have completely changed their attention now to him. 69 is going to be good enough to slow things down as Hackis hits that shot with the triple take to allow him to heal, and now I think that maybe Alliance are going to think about retreating.
Yeah, Paradise was very much hunting down Hackis then, and I think that if it was anything other than a Wraith, maybe we would have seen Alliance in a spot of bother, but because they are playing the Wraith, that was the reason why they were in that position in the first place. So it's all ifs and buts, but for Rascals, I think they'll be delighted that they were able to win that initial engagement without taking too much damage and or taking a knock, because otherwise it would have opened that window to Alliance, and Hackis is trying to do his best to really knock one of these players to give an opening for them. And still, as we move over, and there's a little bit quieter on this side of World's Edge, Gambit are just hovering around and still haven't made that push onto Fenerbahce.
Quiet for now, but one Kraber shot. And the rest of the lobby will know that that thing is in the hands of Hardeki. Gambit, though, like you say, the quieter side is a little bit more of a scenic route for them, as they will have to force their way maybe through that vault tunnel that the Fenerbahce are trying to hold at the moment. They do have Leogri on the Valkyrie, though, so they could make the option of making a slightly different move. They can also rotate through staging if they need to. But FB not moving for now. Draconian trying not to show any presence whatsoever. Both these teams more than aware that each other are looking for that pick, though.
And this circle, unsurprisingly, is very quiet on this side because of the amount of movement that's happened elsewhere. Everyone did prioritize getting closer to Landslide, and a few teams playing on Countdown. Fragment West still has a couple of teams waiting there as well. But when you actually look at this side of the circle, it's what, just 2 teams? It's literally just Gambit and Fenerbahce. So the winner of this kind of standoff will have control of that vault area.
Fenerbahce got to be careful here, because I'm not sure if they're showing a huge amount of presence actually in the tunnel. So if a team rotates through the train tunnel, which is coming from the Fragment side of the map, then they could find themselves as the pickle in the sandwich. Na'Vi, though.
I really hate pickles and sandwiches. Just going to point it out there as well.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, Dan, because I know you're not a pickle fan. Well, Na'Vi now trying to see if they can make the most of what was looking like a very bad situation, and yes, they can, as Kazakh Boy will be taken down by the Vault. And that's going to be Zeta now trying to move in on those pieces as well, and maybe trying to find a position where
they can get some kills on board. So much action going down here around Countdown. The bubble will be popped. Na'Vi, you got to be careful of that third party, though. Everyone's got to be careful of the third party. And Fenerbahce got to be careful of Hardeki at the moment because he's got the big stick.
Really just could win the fight with one headshot here. Watching all of those angles, playing his shots. The 145 might be enough for Gambit to make the charge. At least they can just slowly walk up on the team here. It's giving them the freedom to push in, so they don't really have to worry about circle now. They've got that far.
Headshot. And this game is completely different. Hardeki's just hitting bodies and shoulders at the moment. Do not peek. This man, he's had 2 warm-up shots now. The third might be the magic number. Arcstar in hand instead. He's going to try and force Fenerbahce to poke and move from that area. 70 damage now, and Hardeki says, come on, boys. It's time to force the pace a little bit here. They're going to be safe inside that next circle. Gibby saved a little bit by the gun shield there. Hardeki doing big damage, but still, you got to give credit to Fenerbahce as well, Dan. Not being dragged out into this fight and still surviving for now.
The fear for Fenerbahce, though, is what is behind them. If all this ruckus is happening down in the tunnel, is there a team that will just sneak down and sandwich them here? So they need to make a move if they are going to do it soon. Otherwise, they are going to leave themselves vulnerable to that potential third.
Na'Vi in trouble. They've already lost one in this fight. Underrated trying to force their way in. They'll knock another as Ness goes down. Last player alive is going to be flying in. Harold down to no shields, but Na'Vi down to no players. Na'Vi eliminated. 15 squads now remaining as Underrated now control the top platform here in Countdown.
And that is a really important platform to be holding for the moment, but it's about where they move afterwards. As still Gambit are waiting and tiptoeing their way up. As I said, the longer this goes on, the probably worse it is for Fenerbahce, but at the same time, Gambit know they need to make a move sooner rather than later. There are plenty of teams that could potentially third this, but surely every single time there's a crack like that, Gambit are desperate to go, but they know one grenade can change everything here.
Hardeki hitting the shots, but not getting the knocks. This must be so frustrating at the moment for Gambit. The amount of damage that they have done, they must be burning through the resources of Fenerbahce, who are going to be feeling like paupers at the moment. And look at this, they're not able to heal up for now. They're taking that time to do so. A few cells being used, a few Phoenix kits being used, but with Hardeki now with that red armor, he's going to be able to pass it off. Maybe look to hit one more Kraber shot. How many bullets has he got left in the chamber? That's the question. 2 more shots for Hardeki. If he can make this happen, 1 headshot, 145, and they can close the gap, then Gambit will have that opportunity to push. However, let's go over to La Cite de France. See what they're doing now in the choke. 123, and Hardeki does get the knock. The moment we step away, Hardeki steps up and Gambit step forward.
Artico's taking a lot of damage, so is Leogri here, but it looks like they should be okay to finish this fight. They will finish the fight. It was a very elongated one, and they're lucky that no one really came to third party. Gambit were hesitating because they were also worried about being pushed from behind. So not only Fenerbahce were concerned about a team being ahead of them, Gambit were just double-checking no one was going to be coming back from behind and making their life a living hell. But that knock with the Kraber really making the difference, and Fenerbahce will fall.
Click Esports, they're in a fight of their own. The shots coming in and hitting pretty hard at the moment, and they look like they will be winning that fight, and that is Alliance now in the dirt and thinking about their next game. And look at that zone pull as well, Dan. We're going into that open area, such a difficult zone for everybody to play. And with 10 squads remaining, trying to force their way in, it's going to be a very, very hectic end zone. Alternator certainly going to help things out, though, for Click.
Yeah, this was the zone I think everyone was a little bit worried about. I mean, there's a few spaces you can play, but it's not really much to work with. So I think we'll see probably a few teams go down as Zone 4 closes in the next 30 seconds, just trying to get into a playable area. But GMT, certainly where they are at the moment, is somewhat safe, but they have to move as the zone will close in behind them. I'm just trying to look at where's really the priority position here. Like, there's not really many trucks you can even play. It's just loads of rocks. There's a few crates here or there. This is going to be so awkward for pretty much every team.
Let's see what GMT are going to do. We can jump into their comms right now as Nasky is jumping into his drone. Let's see what the plan is.
If we clear our backs there, we have corner for... Actually, no. There's a team coming here. If we just rat, these guys might not know about us. Yeah, then we shoot them from height, force bubble, EMP, and caustic gas. Okay?
They're there now. They're there now.
They're playing there now.
One stepping up. Coming up.
Stepping up, kill him.
One.
Nice.
Valkolt's two
We got
Valkolts.
heal this.
I ulted below us, by the way. I ulted them.
We gotta show no presence. Try to not show presence, but don't let them rest.
Close it, cracked. On the nade on me, on my ping. Nade on my ping. He's right here.
It's a team here.
On the right.
EMP, they're resting here. Go. Gambit 3 ping from east.
Yeah.
Come with me. But only come with me if you can.
I can't. They're in here.
So Nasky left on his own, and a perfect indication of how little cover there is for so many teams to play now. He's trying to do what he can. Unfortunately, he's going to run into Hardeki, and that's going to be the end of their game, because you don't want to run into Hardeki, because he will make you pay as the last player alive for Gambit.
Big kill for Hardeki though. Remember, GNT were in third and Gambit were tied with them in second place, so just that one wipe is going to give Gambit a little advantage to try and catch up first, but of course with only Hardeki being alive, it's not likely they'll be able to win this game. Proceed to France though, we checked in them earlier, and a triple take massive combo is doing some real damage, really allowing them to put presence on the other teams around. But now as that circle gets even smaller here, there's even less room to work with. You were talking about the kind of high tower and the higher areas to be playing. There is one team just on that kind of drill site, and they certainly will be okay for now, but look at where that circle does close around them. They're going to have to drop out of it.
A lot of undulations to be played here, so even though it doesn't look like maybe there's a lot of cover, there are those rocks and there are the different, as I mentioned, undulations of the natural kind of ground around that you can play as little head glitches. You can try and maneuver around, whereas the alternator is shredding through some shields here for Unlucky, and this could be a really influential game for Clean. Hardeki's still alive, and I like how you said it's unlikely that Gambit will win this game, but you also recognize that Hardeki is still alive in the game, and when he is alive, anything is still possible, as now we check in with Eternal.
I've learnt my lesson at dealing absolutes, and certainly I will never ever do it when Hardeki is still on the server, because that man is a different breed. And ANC outplayed are this team that are up on the high ground, are just trying to hold out Lassina France. We were talking about Clean earlier. They're in engagement, they managed to get one. Dolphins fallen.
So is Nags as well, so it's all up to Unlucky. He does have the alternator. He's going to try and avoid this fight for as long as possible, hoping maybe he can get some placement points, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. 7 squads now remaining. Hardeki still one of those players, and he's going to have a little peek at that team and say goodbye. I'm back out through my portal, but this is looking like a very, very tough road for Hardeki. But if anyone can do it, Hardeki can. He stood in the center of zone. Nobody's looking at him, and it's allowing him to get that battery off too. 2 seconds till he can jump back into the void and maybe survive for a few more seconds, but no! He doesn't want to survive, he wants to kill everyone!
He just wants extra KP! Hardeki's just taken down 2. Hasn't got the KP just yet. The knocks need to be finished. They will be finished. 2 extra points given to Gambit. Top 4 now. Hardeki is just... He stared at everyone in the lobby and said, I dare you to try and take me down. And Gambit somehow, Hardeki somehow still alive.
Oh, Jazaz tries to peek him as well, and this is looking like it might be the end now for Hardeki. He's done everything he could to survive, and he's gonna make me question myself once more as he's taken down to around 50 HP. Still alive, somehow or other. Lassina de France on one side of the map as well. And at the moment, I think Hardeki's just trying to hope that he can bait these 2 teams into fighting before he tries to complete the miracle run here for Gambit and maybe pop up to win the game.
Well, we're down to 3. Lassina de France, Gambit somehow still there and kicking as well, and Hardeki plays this correctly. Well, Jazaz knows where Hardeki is, right, and he knows what a nuisance Hardeki could be in this moment, but Hardeki is shredding every single time one of them pokes him. If Hardeki plays this correctly, if he can be in a position to kind of force Lassina de France to engage first, it is entirely still winnable, even though it is unlikely.
These 2 teams are going to fight first as well. You see how the zone is moving, and you see the portal coming in from Lassina de France. Joke's going to be taken down to barely any HP. He's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hardeki is still alive here for Gambit. And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Lassina de France aren't aware of Hardeki's positioning here, and that means the fight's going to break out between these 2 teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hardeki here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the Ape, and there comes the Nox. Let's see the France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Let's see the France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hardeki, the one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull off one of the craziest plays we've ever seen in the ALGS? Of course he is. Hardeki is built different.
Top 10 Gambit were when they lost 2 players, and Hardeki decided he wanted to take on the entirety of the server and made World's Edge his own. If that's not an indication of Gambit being the best team in EMEA right now, and Hardeki arguably being the best player in EMEA right now, then I don't know what is.
He's built, I don't know. Anyone else? I don't even give that a second chance. I'm like, nope, no one else can win that. No one else can win that.
I'm so glad I said unlikely.
I don't care who you are. No one else wins that but Hardeki. The man, like I said, is built different. And with that as well, Gambit take home not just first place, but 8 kills as well. Hardeki went God mode in the end there. Let's see the France with that second place. Underrated in third. But I'll be honest with you, the rest of the 19 teams that are in that lobby, plus the 2 players on Gambit, irrelevant. It's all about Hardeki. That was one of the craziest things I've seen in Apex.
It's almost like Hardeki looked the entire lobby in the eyes when he was the last one alive, stood direct center circle and said, come on then, let's see if anyone fancies a little bit here. And a couple of people did fancy a peek, and they certainly were punished for it. I mean, Hardeki, week in, week out, just surprises me each time. When I think he's reached, you know, the kind of peak moment in Apex Legends, he just manages to do it again. And I'm so glad you picked up on me saying unlikely to win this game, because boy, could have I looked stupid. Wow. I mean, over 2k damage.
2k. The Hardeki show. The Hardeki show is what that was. And 2k damage, and he spent, as you say, from around the top 10 or so on his own. 2 assists, 6 kills. He eliminated pretty much one team on his own towards the end game as well, as they tried to make the cross. And then one thing he did so well, Dan, is he was always aware that he was last player alive and was forcing Joke to take damage every time that Joke tried to get the kill, because he had to. He had to take Hardeki out. You have to take the solo player out. Otherwise, something like that can happen. But he was constantly baiting the other teams into each other, making sure that he wasn't showing presence when he needed to, but also showing that presence when he had to. It was an absolute masterclass in how to play a final 3 if you are the solo player alive. And then we're not even talking about the fact that when it comes down to it, Dan, he's still got to kill those final players. He can't afford to miss a single bullet, and the man didn't miss a single bullet. Ridiculous.
Lecite de France was certainly not aware of his position, which really helped, but that's because of the way he played it. Kate is waiting in the wings, I'm sure, having to polish her eyeglasses, whatever's going on right now. I mean, my head's gone, his head's gone. Yeah, exactly. That's how much my head's gone. They're not just any other glasses, they're specifically eyeglasses, Kate.
They are specifically eyeglasses. And see, what's funny is I was going to come in here, and the first thing I was going to ask was, let's talk about the masterclass that is the rat strat that Hardeki just showcased. But the reality is you broke it down so beautifully. But let me ask this question, because one thing we've seen throughout our games 1 and 3, let's go back to team comps, it's that Wraith. And Hardeki really showcased what she can do in this lobby. As we take a look at the highlights, Gaskin, is there a coincidence once again that Wraith has been in the winner's circle all 3 games?
Hold on, let me just put on my mouth glasses for a second. Yeah, I mean, I think that Wraith really can make a difference, especially when you've got players like Hardeki and several other players in this lobby as well, who are very individually talented and always eagerly looking for more kills and more KP for their team. Not only can you gain a lot of information by playing that Wraith, but it's also the ability to be aggressive onto other teams, force them into awkward spots, and then provide the entry for your teammates as well. And it's something that not just Hardeki has done successfully, but just several other Wraith players throughout EMEA, and I'm very impressed with what I've witnessed today. And I mean, I'm still lost for words, if I'm completely honest with you.
Well, and you know what, Onset, I think you said it right. This is definitely Hardeki built different. And I will say that the end zone being such in that open, difficult to shield yourself kind of area, it makes it feel like you should have had the Gibby all along. But guess what? Hardeki said, nah, let's just stick with the Wraith. You're going to be fine. In fact, just one player will do. You don't need the other two.
He probably, I mean, knowing Hardeki, he could have won that with no armor and no guns, just because he's that good. But it was just crazy. I mean, we're looking back on the highlights of our first 3 games, and you notice as well, it's not just the plays that he made in that game, which were absolutely, like I mentioned, outstanding, world class. Top of the pile, however you want to phrase it. We're also seeing him make plays like the Portal Kidnap, the shots that he's hitting. But this game number 2 was all about Rascals. This was kind of a little bit more of a traditional end, if you like, where we had the team just holding that high ground and being able to convert on a strong position. But I am genuinely flabbergasted at what we just saw in that final moments. He couldn't have made one wrong decision, and he did absolutely everything right. It was just... It was inspirational for people who want to, get into Apex Legends, who might be watching Apex Legends esports for the first time. There is no better advert. You could not write a script better than what we just saw from Hardeki.
Oh, and you know what? Let me just add to this, because we're coming into, obviously, that match number 3 highlights. It's coming up here because that is going to tell the story. And we're going to continue with Hardeki because I can't stop and I won't stop. Because him with the Kraber against Fenerbahce Esports, Gaskin, was something of a chess match in that tunnel that was out of control. And it's so sad. I'm hoping we got it. I'm hoping we got to, we get to see it. But talk to me a little bit about that exchange that really showcases Kraber skills and their gatekeeping.
Yeah, this was such a difficult fight for Gambit because they were very aware of the possibility of team coming from behind them. But I mean, usually when I talk about Gambit, I feel bad if I don't talk about Leogri and Artico, but I don't have to when we watch what just happened with Hardeki. Sure, they got him to the position where he could actually, fight from top 10 after he lost the rest of the 2. It was that kind of manic moment where everyone was bursting in from that vault area, from the high ground. We saw GMT go down in that moment as well, but then this was when the masterclass began to happen. Not only was this one of the most mental things we've seen in Apex Legends in quite some time, but you've got to imagine that Gambit are first place in the EMEA overall leaderboard right now. They are very close to winning $30,000. All they need is top 3 overall. That may be a $30,000 play that we've just seen from Gambit's Hardeki.
Love it. And let's talk a little bit more as we take a look at the final highlight.
Look,
oh, sorry.
Do you want to look at these massive shots as well?
Acknowledge.
It was like they were. I don't know what to say. Like it was just perfect. It was perfect. If you could frame a video and put it on the wall, you would. That was about as good as it gets in Apex Legends. Hardeki is a beast.
I mean, an absolute beast. Let's take a look at what the math says about that beast himself and see where we are here in our overall leaderboard. Wow, up those 2 spots there, Gaskin. Those 2 spots there, they're important, and they certainly showcase what Gambit has done in this lobby. Whew!
As I say, they need top 3. If they get top 3, they win EMEA in this split and go into playoffs as the #1 team, and they'll get that $30,000. And Hardeki may have just put them one step in the door. As for Rascals, they do drop that 1 position, but at least they maintain that 2nd place. That's important for them. Look at the jump for Le Site de France as well. 8 positions, they move up to 6th with 20. Na'Vi dropped down ever so slightly to 7. We probably still need to see a better performance from Na'Vi if they're going to break into playoffs. I'm not sure whether 7th would be enough for them to actually achieve that. So, there are a few teams who are probably sweating quite a lot right now as we get to the halfway point and they realize they're only 3 games away from potentially not being in playoffs, potentially being in relegation.
Yes, one of those teams will be, I believe, in playoffs, but certainly out of my potential predictions run is Kick Esports that I predicted. They need to have 3 pop-off games. Come on, Kick, I believe in you. Onset, we, of course, are going through A versus C in our broadcast today, but simultaneously happening, we got B versus D.
Future Perfect stepping up in a big way as well. Look at the points total that they now have. 43 points after 3 games. Jumping up not only 6 places, but look at the gap between 1st and 2nd as well. Kangana dropping down a couple of places, but top 5, so they're in a position to strike if they need to. 69 IQ Esports as well, who were one of the standouts for me yesterday. They were, well, I should say they probably were the standout for me yesterday. They're inside of that top 8, just dropping down a few places. 789 though, keep an eye on that lineup because they've managed to jump up into to 10th place. They will need 3 more games, which they put some huge points on the board, but it is still very much a possibility for them.
And just to cut in quickly, Kate, I mean, if you are Alliance, GMT, and Invictus Gaming right now, and you see that leaderboard, and you see the fact that Guild and Maestro are down in the bottom half, they're the 2 teams that are above you. That's 2nd and 3rd place behind Gambit in the overalls. Like, that's still $15,000 you can potentially grab if you do move up to 2nd. So Alliance need to kind of pull their finger out a little bit. We need to see more from them because they've got a really good opportunity of getting 2nd overall.
Yes, they do. And you know what? We've got the opportunity to showcase and bring you all of the action across all of our different social channels. And that means you've got content from our YouTube channel. You got content on our Twitter channel. And of course, the live broadcast on both YouTube and Twitch, twitch.tv/playapex. And hey, if you want to be a part of this very show, as I try to fix my microphone once again, hello, broadcast from home, we can do this. Hey, use that hashtag ALGS, and we might even see your tweet on this very show. So keep us in mind. We love to hear from you, and we love gameplay. We are knee deep. We are halfway through our EMEA Pro League Split 1, last day of regular season play, and we've got 3 more games to go. So we'll see you in just a second.
PGL is the official broadcast partner of the Apex Legends Global Series NA and EMEA Pro League.
Well, Tom, I was just about to get some more coffee because, you know, I thought, hey, we got 3 more games. I'm going to have to get myself amped up. Then I saw the ending of last game, and I said, I don't need anything. Cancel the order. I told my DoorDash driver, keep the tip. Go away from me because I just saw brilliance. If you are not hyped up after that ending, my mouth was agape. I could not believe what happened. Not just that, but the total performance Gambit put together in that last one. That was something to behold, man.
Yeah, I'll have whatever Hardeki's having, honestly. I'm going to ask him what his diet was, what he did all week, how much sleep he got, what his dreams were, all that stuff. I want to know the whole shebang. What are you reading? What, you know, what's your workout regimen?
Right.
What pillow are you using? There's a lot of
temperature
questions
is the AC set at? Yep.
What gaming chair is it?
Right.
Like, I really want to know.
Really, the gaming chair, we should have led with that. An incredible performance. I don't think the ALGS will forget. I called it on Twitter, the greatest clutch in ALGS history. I'm down to get combated, but I don't remember one that was that impactful. Plus, the story that Mark and Dan told, especially with the Kraber in his hand for so long, that battle against Fenerbahce in the tunnel. I mean, what I think that helps us look at heading into Game 4 is how tight things are and how much everyone has brought their A game to play. In gaming terms, their S tier game to play, because everything is on the line. There's money on the line. There's playoffs on the line. There's hard work on the line as well. And we don't mention that enough. The fact that this is a culmination, you know, Tom, this is the end. These teams have put in effort, hours, time, and they also have their own reputations on the line right now. And so this is the final day. You want to show up, not just because there's stuff to earn, but because you want to know that you put everything you could into finishing strong. And I feel like every team right now came into this lobby with that mentality.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Everybody's turning up. Everyone's playing their best Apex. It's been such a blast watching. You can just tell the intensity has picked up almost twice as much from yesterday. It's awesome to see as we take a look at the zone, and looks like it's going to pull over towards that countdown area. So they're going to be loving that situation. GMT, not that far of a rotation coming out from Harvester as well. They'll be able to hopefully get one of these buildings and continue to hit scans. But it's weird how life works. You know, you get rewarded with a purple armor after you clutch it out. I feel like that's only karma at its best, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Plus, I know, you know, Leogri and Artico, if they find one, they're going to be saying, no, you take it. Trust me, it's better in your hands. What a showcase from Gambit. GMT, although playing spoiler to Gambit's efforts in the first game, not quite as involved in this last game. It really was a one-man story. But as we get back to the teams all into the lobby, there's a lot more to unpack here. Looking at the second lobby as well going on, because these teams are playing simultaneously for these playoff spots. You know, we talked about Na'Vi. We talked about some of these teams doing well. Dead Inside in this lobby, obviously trying to make it up. Rascals trying to keep their spot. But on the other side, Kungarna is actually having a pretty good day. And we're seeing Nemesis and FigFam, teams that are even in our 30th place. But really, it's only separated by 2 points. They're having lights out games close to maybe 9, 7 points on the day. So everyone in this lobby has to remember, it's not just how well you're doing here. You got to know teams are competing for your spot in the other side as well.
And going back to Gambit and Hardeki, if I was on Hardeki's team, what I would be doing is I'd look like, ooh, nice shots there coming in from Vic. As it looks like they're going to possibly collapse on this fight. We'll get back to Gambit in a little bit, but nice bubble going down just to try to get some heals. You can see on the player outlines that the push is coming in quick. Looks like they are super interested. Arcstar and frag grenades in hand, chucking them all the way across to try to avoid any type of third party as well. But that is the power of the Gibby. Very nicely done to try to get that reset. Nice longbow shots, though. I mean, we've seen so many great snipe shots, whether it's Krabers, whether it's longbows, etc., etc. But this is a tough spot to be in. I mean, the zone is going to continue to pull over towards this side. You are stuck in this truck over here. If you do end up getting grenaded out, it's not going to be an ideal situation. Keep in mind, there could be EMPs, there could be Nox gas grenades. It's going to get pretty sticky down here soon.
Click versus All Planned, and the Sentinel in the hands of the Crypto player, rocking the Mastiff as well. Kind of an unusual fighting style. You got long range and you got up close. In the middle, don't talk to me. I'll be on my drone. But I like that approach in many ways. It's going to get a lot of value here, especially since they are keeping their distance. Sirius looks like he's sneaking up. Click. Maybe smelling out. And they say, I'm not sure we want any of this EMP. In fact, and into the void to avoid being stuck, but that's not enough. Big shot there from Sirius as well, who's also rocking the Sentinel, so a lot of long-range damage. You can see how All Planned really had it planned out to be able to push Click away from that truck.
Yeah, basically bullied them straight out of there, and all resources being burned, besides that Nox gas grenade. So very nicely done. Eternal, wow, they are just under-looted. It's like they landed at train station before it got dropped into landslide, and that's where they decided that they wanted to loot. That is the worst POI ever. It's like they looted one building in Survey, all 3 of them, and that's what they walked out with. That's just not an ideal situation there for Eternal. All Planned, though, big chillin'. Very nicely done, holding on over towards this choke in this cave. This is a good spot, but also it's great to have the valuable crypto information, right? And if you really need to throw a bubble down for your crypto, if he wants to get in and throw that EMP, that's totally doable. So I love how All Planned is keeping their heads on swivels, sharing resources, and they've already done a good job of bullying teams out with their long-range weapons.
19 squads as we've started out in this lobby. Round 1, slow pace, a little bit of early skirmishing here. You start to see that in games 4, and especially in game 6, where typically a lot of things have been decided. Game 5 for me turns out to be the game that decides most of the lobby, Tom. So really, when you consider game 4 setting you up for game 5, this is really where you have to execute a nice early skyward dive from Not As Vincere. Maybe found a little ultimate accelerant as well from Max Strafe. A team that desperately needs these points, but they're going to see a crypto ultimate right here. They may be under some pressure after the landing.
Yeah, it's like, wait, that's not our crypto drone. Okay, just making sure. Kuya, that wasn't you? No, man, that wasn't me. All right. Well, that's why I lost HP throughout all of that. But it looks like the counter EMP is going to come through, and they did avoid that one, so they didn't get slowed by their teammates' EMP. So I like that. They're not going to take damage, obviously, by their own. But it's always an interesting predicament when you are losing a sliver of health. Do you want to use that cell, or do you want to wait until you get shot again to go and do that one? In a ranked game, typically, yeah, you are going to hit that full shield. And tournament atmosphere, especially with so much on the line, every cell really amplified and matters. It's so hard to come by. Every backpack space, you'll see all of these pro players, they are utilizing every single slot in their backpack for the most part. They are trying to pick up every single grenade that they can hold, any type of ultimate accelerants, etc., as you see dead inside hitting the crafting station.
2 different storylines, too, coming about today as well with the teams, the money. Really look at it in the qualification 3, which is where several teams like Dead Inside find themselves kind of looking on that outwards in trying to get involved in the playoffs. But there are other teams, we just saw Kick, who are kind of holding down that 9th spot, trying to hold on to some points, an advantage in the match point situation that will be arriving sometime when we hit our playoffs in the new year, which is going to be a very exciting new format. 20 teams now available per region. And so that's opened the door for a lot of these squads who are just outside, definitely not making top 10, but now right outside the top 20 to start getting involved. Kuya sitting on that drone, and I wonder who they were fighting, because we know GMT also is running the crypto, and they did get crypto EMP'd earlier on, so maybe there's a skirmish with GMT close by here. As Not As Vincere has the high ground finally, and just trying to poke with the 30-30.
30-30 does some serious work, especially with that 2x. It really depends on what you want to use. You could 2-4 that thing, you could 3x it as well. The Cité de France, they're big chillin'. They also have that zone scan for us, so I'm curious to see if they're kind of linger around, maybe look for a scan on to zone number 3, and then try to Valkyrie all out. We saw that yesterday being utilized by a lot of our top teams to get inside of the zone, and that could be an option right now for La Cité de France. That's why they're just kind of scouting things out, deciding how they want to go.
Dead Inside here, holding down edge play. We see a lot of teams playing much more comfortably on edge. And it is really, truly a mystery how some teams, sometimes have not found the value of the Valkyrie yet, but we see most teams adopting it and using it for their mobility. Kick here for the ultimate mobility at the top of the mountain. But it's a dangerous place sometimes because everyone knows where you are, and they want to be there as well. OJ's going to have to back himself down on that lift, but Uwako gets taken down again. OJ needs to provide cover fire. He's going to find it. Here's the EMP. This is going to hurt. It seems like Kick could be in trouble. Even though they've got the high ground, it's not working out for them this time. And the battery is going to at least stall what could be an inevitable fate here, as you can see maybe ANC trying to climb their way up. They can't quite reach the Valk up there, but OJ Rain knows it's not looking good.
just a matter of time here, but could be some sort of miraculous play. We've seen some amazing rat plays already, especially from Hardeki, but hey, what's up? Little peekaboo action coming out, and he's been spotted.
And he knows that this is a 1v1 that will definitely be worth it. He can take the risk too. And they both have to just say, listen, I'm fine not doing this fight to its end because we have a full team. We might be able to win this game. And hey, I'm alive. I'm just trying to get an extra placement point. ANC outplayed. And they are looking to make their way into a better position to hold on themselves in a, actually starting at 36 up into that top 20. So the KP would be valuable here. And OJ Rain just going to say, it's time to get out of here. Skyward dive, trying to make it difficult. And they're going to take a little bit of a break as she reaches the top, goes back into it, and will be able to at least escape this moment. But will she land in peril? Will it be a perfect ultimate? The benefits of Valkyrie.
Just imagine being able to get the banners and then just redeploy Skyward Dive right back on over towards the res beacon. That could have been lit. Saw the thought process for OJ Rain. He was like, all right, I'm going to try to finger roll, maybe treat this frag grenade as a slinky as it like slowly bounces down the side of the mountain. Really didn't work out though, and you got to give credit where credit's due. That was well fought, really just kind of utilizing everything until the very last second. Until that arc star came down, then it was really time to go. So unfortunate for Kick that they're going to be down 2 players, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. We'll see if we can do a best Hardeki impression on the side of OJ Rain.
Oh, great for the rest of the lobby, knowing Kick is in a place that they all want to be, sitting at 9th, starting this one out on the day. So Dead Inside will be happy about that one. Right outside the 20. Hey, that Kick possibly not being a nuisance for us here. And Gambit, man, oh man, Hardeki, who just put on a Game 7 finals performance. And he's now got his 2 teammates back where they were against the epic standoff, the Western against Fenerbahce. And it seems like it could be Bren and Invictus Gaming this time around. Having a nice impact, and that's a couple of good shots. It's a crack there. And so Gambit's going to have to pay attention, back off. It's not going to be an easy one to get past IG.
Yeah, and noises flying around in that drone has to be a nuisance. But going back to Hardeki and Gambit, if I was on his team, it would be kind of, I'd be like one of those plebs in the Matrix where Neo walks into Zion and they kind of just have everything out for him, blankets, food, all that type of stuff.
Yep.
That's how I would treat Hardeki. I'd be like, Hardeki, what do you need, man?
What do you need?
Do you need absolutely anything? Are you the one? It looks like he was the one last game.
He is the one. I love it. We could add that to the list of nicknames. I'm sure people online have been giving him. I heard Goat Decky in the chat. I like that one as well. But the one, oh yeah, that I think fits for the performance. We'll see if the one can find the 1, 2, 3, 4 shots it takes to down somebody with a wingman here, especially if you're hitting headshots and making them ring. 38 to the body. Gambit following back. It's a missile strike as well from Leogri, who took a little bit of damage earlier on and had to waste a shield battery. And the Arc Star, it's going to force at least Blast and Bren to be unprotected for now. Isolated, that's all they needed. Blast, he's actually going to get the trade. Hardeki goes down. It's up to Hardeko here. And Leogri to clutch up, and Arctic goes down as well. IG invading. Oh my god, they turned it around. A Caustic ultimate, and Hardeki is out. Gambit, they bit off more than they could chew. Artico trying to salvage something. Maybe just hang around for the banners, or maybe pick up some KP, knowing the res is going off and the Caustic. It's holding it so well. Are you kidding me? What a shot there from Artico. He gets the banner, but he can't get any shield swap, and that's going to be the end of Gambit, Tom. They bit off more than they could chew, and Invictus Gaming made them pay.
Yeah, the Oracle definitely didn't see that one coming. That was a tough break there for Gambit. I mean, you fly in with the 2x and you really start to put in some serious damage. Next thing you know, it gets turned back around. But keep in mind, you're pushing a Caustic team, and you're also pushing a Crypto team. So they're going to have a little bit more utility in terms of their ultimates, et cetera, et cetera. When you look at the defensive bombardment, it can't be used inside of there. When you look at a redeploy, the Skyward Dive, there's no point of using that because that's an escape mechanism or a rotation mechanism.
Right.
That team is built to fight in that type of tunnel, and Gambit felt the wrath right there.
You know what I think, too, the difference is just how patient they were with Fenerbahce and how, he hit so many shots. I mean, maybe 8 Kraber shots in a row, yet they didn't push on it. They were just waiting for that perfect moment. They didn't want to be too risky, but it felt like this time maybe they were rushing it. A little bit of the confidence from the game before maybe impacting them as it would almost any other player. When you have a performance like that, you feel invincible and untouchable. Cold dose of reality, though, for Gambit, knowing that this lobby is filled with players who maybe didn't do what he did last game, but are certainly capable of hitting their shots and playing a great 3v3. Alliance not being the least in terms of our front of mind for that conversation. Blast trying to make it out alive with noises. He's going to pick up Pinky Finky, who are with Fenerbahce, and now the rest of the team is going to be all Blast trying to clean it up. Defensive bombardment will allow him to stay safe, but this is not looking good because Eternal is hearing this skirmish go on, and they've got the Kraber, Moon Bloom, looking to get in on this.
Kraber has been just a thorn in a lot of these pro players' sides over and over again, and the players are connecting with the shots too. It's been so fun to watch. Landslide is one of those spots that sees a ton of action, especially on this zone, especially on this rotation. And speaking of rotation, Moonbloom is just rotating his head everywhere like a swivel, just checking back and forth, back and forth. Round number 3 going to be closing as we move into the next zone. That round 3 will tick you pretty hard. And fortunately, for Eternal, the zone will pull on that south side where they're at. So very solid prediction for Eternal. We'll see if Bambino's going to be able to get inside of this truck, maybe hit that drone, and maybe EMP some of these teams to try to grief their bubbles when they go down.
Victus Gaming just losing Blast, who made it in with just a sliver of health if he caught it on the camera. And unfortunately, that will go to GMT, who are sitting pretty as well. 5th place on the day. It's Dell and Badoli representing that squad for now. Kramau from All Plan. We can see he's still alive. Eternal holding this truck here. 13 squads, but 4 of them kind of on this southern corner. And they're doing their best to just poke at each other. This is going to be a big rotation, Thomas. They're going to have to move, and it's really going to be who puts somebody in the worst position when they start moving, and who can exhaust those resources, especially the Gibraltar Dome Shield. But I don't know. I mean, All Plan, they've also got the Skyward Dive. I mean, is this the time to get aggressive?
I think this is definitely a time to get a little bit passive-aggressive, where you have to wait for the situations to unfold in front of you, and then you make your move based on what the other teams are doing. You can't really make a move until you understand exactly how everyone else is going to play this one. I'm pretty sure that was a connect, and he looked away so fast with the mouse and keyboard sensitivity and that DPI that there wouldn't even get a chance to see how much that actually connected for. That is just absolute great reaction time.
The flick shots are in session. Make sure you grab your seat at the front of the class. We've got to listen in, though. GMT Esports, they came in 5th in this lobby. They're looking pretty good right now. Let's go ahead and hear what they've got to say.
For this, Doug, Park, go, get ready. I'm looking southwest right now. We also got to watch out southwest.
Yeah. They're fighting west now.
We should look
They're
for
running on the dildo, I think.
Get over here, go over here.
Dude, West is gonna fight, I think.
We should fight northeast.
Yeah, but we're looking.
Dildo.
We can kill them right now.
West is good, yeah, they won not. Jelly. Come on, Jelly. Nade that bubble.
Nading it. Good nades. Good
bubble,
nades.
EMP soon.
Look at Crypto. Knocked. Look at Ray.
Right dead. Finish the Crypto.
Nice, my kill. Finish the Gibby though, that's not ours.
Fight here.
We should run back, I think. We should run back and
when you
hold
can.
it, no?
Run back, look at zone, get barrels everywhere. We need space now.
Yeah,
Northeast though.
I need heavy ammo badly.
Crack the Wraith is one.
Coming.
Knocked him.
Peeky.
Almost cracked that guy. Can I move up?
Can we kill them?
We have to.
Okay.
Actually, no, chill.
I stuck the Gibby, he's gonna die.
No, it's...
Yeah, he's 1 HP, last guy.
Let's go.
I cracked him.
I'm pushing.
I cracked that guy as well.
Crack. Kill the classic. Nice, rest. No.
Oh.
Hold back. You just need space now.
Drop the port.
It's our mobile. Take the port and loot for mobile. Dude,
I need to heal.
Okay.
Yeah, loot the bodies west, maybe.
I think it's a solo sitting behind that, though, isn't it?
I think it was, yeah. But we haven't...
GMT Esports pushing the narrative and pushing the pace. Unfortunately, Nasky can't keep up, but they've got a mobile beacon potentially for the revive. They're still searching for it, though. It's all planned. New Esports, GMT, and Alliance remaining here in this final circle, Tom. 4 squads. They've both got, all 4 of them have different quadrants to approach, but who's in the advantage here?
It's tough to say. Definitely gotta love the intensity, though, that Nasky was bringing to the table. And then I love the Over here, over here. Oh, no. Get the res. Oh, no. We've all been there before, whether you just win a fight and you get third-partied or you just think that you're about to walk away and get the res, and next thing you know, a team will rip you on over towards the side. Speaking of rip, looks like Hockey's trying to rip with this R301. Plenty of boxes. Guaranteed there's a mobile respawn beacon over there, but GMT can't get over there because Alliance is watching it like hawks.
And that's the problem. Kashira, Portakill, and VX on New Esports. GMT realize we might just have to do it alone. 2 is enough. Hey, 1 was enough last game. 2 better be enough this game as well. Alliance, though, it's tough to fight them at any point in time. Teams are going to have to move. Vibes taking a ton of damage. That forces the bubble. Oh, and you don't want to be the first to bubble because that means you're going to be the first to not have it. They're going to have to push in. And on their right, New Esports is just playing such spoiler to what would be a perfect position to be able to go ahead and fight GMT's 2. But GMT might be able to escape from this since they're from the opposite side of this engagement, and they can enjoy kind of poking until they have to go engage.
Yeah, and you could see exactly what the thought process is in terms of spreading out. And again, we talked about this for newer players. Make sure that you are trying to stay within distance of your teammates, but also taking different angles too. What does that mean? It means that you have to have constant communication. That's exactly what New is doing. They are working as a unit. They split up. All of a sudden, they get back together when they want to go and snowball this fight. You can see the Nox gas grenade comes out. Thermite's going out left and right as well. They are trying to force these teams into each other, which is the ideal situation.
And nothing hit. I mean, what a waste of utility right there. And Alliance, meanwhile, have been creeping up to try to take a little bit of a fight against GMT and get rid of those pesky 2 on the left-hand side. But New Esports looking to push Alliance, but they've gotten rid of their 2 most valuable assets there. It's just Dell alive for GMT, so it's really just a 3v3 with a 1-man standing. But will it be enough? Kashira, port kill. We mentioned they don't have the ultimates here, but do they have the utility in just the caustic barrels to be able to survive and to force Alliance into a bad spot? The flat line ringing, but will it ring enough? Badoli, he's going to go down. Estelle still back alive. Still 3 squads remaining, Tom. The Mastiffs are singing, but Alliance, full 3, full red Evos, 2 squads left. They take down Badoli and Sir Dell. It's going to be Alliance versus New Esports to see who can come out, and it looks like Alliance, I don't know if they want this conversation to end without their name saying, we are the champion. They close out game 4. Alliance back in form.
Ooh, Alliance. That calls for a Vape straddle if I've ever seen one coming through, and they're going to be hyped, jumping up and down for sure at their boot camp area. What a job by Alliance. And just think about how they started off very slowly in the first couple of games. That didn't let that get to them. And just like you said, Rain Day, now it's time to turn up. We've already gotten a feel for the lobby. We get an idea of what we need to do to go and win. Alliance made adjustments, and that's the sign of a great team.
And it's really something that needed to happen now, because after a 0-point game, after a slow game 2, to be able to bounce back in game 4 with a win, that's something that is really going to put them in good spirits heading into game 5 and 6. They know they've got 2 more games to replicate what they just did well. I love the way that Nasky, Sir Dell, and Badoli were able to make the most out of a tough situation. Nasky's pressure, his pace, and even his IGLing while being dead really helped them to survive. But New Esports, you got to give it to him as well. Made it difficult. You got to say, maybe if Postkill's ultimate had landed, forced some damage onto Alliance, we could have had a totally different end game there.
No doubt about it. And thinking if Nasky was able to get res, how different that would have been with an EMP coming through. And also, if it wasn't Nasky that got taken out, there would have been a lot more opportunities to fly around with the drone, get information, and then go for a res with the drone too. So keep that in mind. And that's why Nasky was so upset that they get taken down, because they've had such a strong day today overall, and they had a very strong game going for them. But you're right, they did a great job with just that duo. Unfortunately, once you get knocked, Alliance is going to full send on that as we take a look at the damage being dealt.
Great finishing management from Alliance. Yuki, Hockeys, Vapes, Vibes. Just incredible stuff. 1,500 damage for Yuki, about 1,200 damage for Vibes, Hockeys on 600. But we know the utility that the Wraith brings and the distraction. And it's just one of those great things that when you see it in action live, you know, man, this team has the ability to win it all. And they've certainly put themselves in that better of a position right now today. But it wasn't all Alliance all game long. We had a lot of moments here where, you know, really the story of Gambit that could have continued ended up being cut short by Invictus Gaming, another team that I would be expecting to see closer and closer in these final circles. We know them, Alliance, and Fenerbahce keep kind of ending up in that tunnel whenever we see this kind of northwestern zone. And so it's interesting to see if we get something that's more southern, maybe, or more towards the east side if those teams have to run into each other, because those are also contenders I could see fighting for top spots in this leaderboard. And speaking of it, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard coming up here for the overall scores today. It is Gambit 1 point in the lead, but after that game, GMT Esports have pushed themselves just 1 point behind in second place with 43. Underrated. Big day for them. They are at 35 and third place, dead inside. We talked about them. They are, my God, 27th. But this performance right here, getting top 4, top 3, would certainly push them into the playoff conversation. Rascals is in a very similar position, but holding on in 18th. New Esports, you can tell they kind of need to hold that 19th spot, Tom, and they're doing everything they can to do so.
Such an important game coming up. Game number 5, game number 6. Playoff hopes on the line. Money on the line. There's so much pride on the line. All of the season's work all year, all of 2021, these players have been preparing for this moment. We're very close to finding out who's going to come out on top.
Well, really, you got to keep your eyes on underrated, and you got to keep your eyes on dead inside. But if you're looking across the way into the teams we're not covering here, I mean, how can you not keep your eyes on Future Perfect? My goodness, they are certainly cementing their spots in the playoff there. But Young Money coming in, a team that is in second place today, but started out, get this, Tom, with 1 point in 39th. They were in relegation. So another conversation we have to keep in mind is that the bottom 8 teams are relegated. So to get a second place here, that would push them out of that and possibly, maybe not quite into playoffs, but definitely into the conversation of being able to stay in the ALGS. This is a pretty big deal for Young Money to have that type of performance. We'll keep track of all that stuff happening throughout the day. That's going to do it for game number 4. It was a big win by Alliance. Can they keep it up? Well, we see underrated, dead inside, Young Money continue to thrive and push themselves out of relegation into the playoff conversation. We'll find out as game 5 is coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League. EMEA is heating up at just the right time. And with only 2 more games to go, it's going to be down to myself and the wonderful Daniel Gaskin to talk you through the action. The big boys are stepping up in a big way in these final few games.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, just before I stopped casting in the previous, I said Alliance need to pull the finger out, and they certainly did do that. The achievement that they've been able to find themselves far further up the leaderboard means that they put themselves within that shot of top 2. But the same's going to be said about GMT. They are in that same discussion. They can really put themselves into a place where they can gain $15,000. I would like to say that Gambit are almost untouchable with the position they currently reside in now. But there is still a possibility that Guild could take that overall first spot off them if Gambit do slip up and other teams are able to pass them here. Underrated also moved themselves up slightly by 1 place as well as Dead Inside, but certainly from 1st to around 5th, it's still pretty tight. I'd say that this is still anyone's game.
It certainly is, and I want to give a shout out to New Esports as well. I had my eye on them, and I have had my eye on them for the majority of play today, because coming into the tournament, they were 19th overall. They were 16th yesterday. They didn't have a greatest today, but look at that. From that big result they had in the previous game, jumping up 7 places into 6th, and like you say, within striking distance of the teams ahead of them as well. But with only 2 games to go now, Dan, there isn't any room for mistakes. You can't put the wrong foot forward. It has to be the right one every single time. And I'm just wondering now if experience is going to start to come to the fore, because we saw in our end game last game, it was some of our biggest, most experienced teams who are starting to make it there. I start to think some of those teams are on the bubble. Is this going to be where they slip up, or are we going to see them really, stamp their authority on this lobby and decide, you know what, we're going to be in that final 20?
Yeah, the big teams who can deal with pressure better now are probably more likely to succeed, because I feel like some of the teams who are in that bubble discussion that we talk about, if they are someone who's maybe not used to being in these high pressure environments, then they're probably going to struggle because of it, because you need to have someone with a cool head, whether that be the IGL, whether that just be, someone on the team to calm everyone down and make a call. If you have to get out of a fight, have to get into a fight, and one fight could make the difference, could be the reason why you qualify for playoffs or why you get relegated. So everyone's got to stay on top of things here.
This was an interesting fight to start things up. It was almost as if Gambit were having a repeat of what they did in the previous game. It was Fenerbahce who they took down in the previous game. They did have the Craver, speaking of which we'll see some highlights of that coming in from Moonbloom, but it was Invictus who had that hold inside of the tunnel, and it just shows, Dan, how different a fight can be just with one weapon influencing things. Yes, it's a Craver. Yes, we all know the ups and downs of the Craver in competitive play, but Gambit found it much more difficult to push in without that weapon on their side.
Yeah, it really just is. It hits so hard, and I think everyone knows it. All the players know it, and it's difficult to go up against it, but there are ways that you can play around it. You can certainly not peak angles that you would, not be as aggressive as you would, and you've got to take that time when it does present itself. When that Kraber is being reloaded, sometimes maybe actually take it into your own hands and push them before they can reload it and fire a bullet towards you. But it was an interesting game, the last one. I think GMT will be on top of the world that they have been able to close this gap between themselves and Gambit. But with 2 games left, there's still everything to play for. You could still drop off quite considerably here, even if you are one of those top teams.
Alliance warming up as well. We just saw them win the last game, so warming up may be an understatement here, but it does take them a little bit of time, it feels like sometimes, to get into these lobbies. It's not the first time we see them in game 1 just really kind of flop a little bit for whatever reason that might be, but this is where they're most dangerous. You get to game 3, 4, 5, 6. Alliance turn up when it matters, and I mentioned experience. These 3 players really do have buckets of it at this stage in their careers.
Yeah, I think Alliance know that they have what it takes to win these lobbies, and they certainly will be trying to push themselves further and further up the leaderboard so that they can be in a position to take that, the top 3 placements in the overall heading into the playoffs. There is a considerable amount of prize money available for them. This is how the regular season standings were coming into this week, and this is what I mean by Gambit being in such a fantastic position, is that they are 6 points ahead of Guild. So if Gambit were to get top 3, that secures them at least 7 points. So Guild Esports, even if they won their group, would be tied with Gambit. So that's why Gambit are hunting for that top 3. But then Alliance, Maestro, GMT, 69IQ, IG, Rebel, Kick. I mean, they're all within striking distance of top 3 as well. There's some serious prize money to be won there.
On the other side of things, I'm looking at how things started today and just, keeping an eye on what's been happening in the other lobby. Scar's got to be pretty careful here, because Scars could be one of those teams who kind of slide out if they don't perform in the last couple of games. So Well, ALGS champions of the ALGS Championship certainly got some more work to do. The likes of Solo Q Goats, Na'Vi have been a bit in and out today, underrated, because the same could be said. But with 2 games to go, it is still a case of these teams can turn things around. It's not the point totals, remember, that really matter. It's the placements in these lobbies where you're going to get those points accumulated towards those final standings. So it can just be one game. We always say it can just be one game, but it's never been truer with only 2 games remaining for one of those teams to just pop off, clear out a lobby, pick up a win, and they can force their way into that final 20 lobby.
And even if you are really struggling today, going into these last 2 games, the difference between finishing bottom 5 and actually getting into the top 15 is 1 point, and we can see how big 1 point could be in the grand scheme of things. And also pushing yourself into the top 10, finishing in 8th to 10th would secure you 2 points. And again, we see how significant those points could be if you are there or thereabouts on the edge and you're kind of tussling with other teams as to, are you going to get in playoffs? Are you going to survive relegation? Every single match matters here, and you've got to play to your very best.
Well, match 5 is live, and with only 1 game to go after this one we have in front of us, it is crunch time in every single way you could think about it for these teams. Alliance with a big win in the previous game. GMT also picking up a huge amount of points to put the pressure onto Gambit Esports, who were, remember, at the top of the overall standings when we started play today. But Kick Esports, with a good performance in that last game, are going to be feeling a lot more confident about their chances of making that final 20 lobby.
Yeah, Kick will be literally kicking themselves after last week's performance, or yesterday's performance this weekend, where they got 0 points. After having such a strong effort leading up to that, they really put themselves in a spot where they need to provide some massive games here if they're going to put themselves up into the top 3. An average week should secure them in the top 10, and they should get those extra points going into the match point format in playoffs. But there's another circle that is going to be northern. We've had majority northern circles here today, so it's not the usual southern story. Instead, it's going to be heading over towards the countdown area once more. So we've had, I've got to say, 3 pretty similar circles in this kind of area finishing towards lava.
I wonder if it's actually going to pull towards Trials. We saw a Trials zone yesterday, and just seeing where that beacon is, you still have the Trials cut involved, although obviously there's a huge amount of countdown still involved. Some decisions to be made. The 3rd beacon will obviously give us some better information about where the zone will be ending when we do see that a little bit further on in the game. But these are the winners of our previous game. Game number 4, Champions Alliance, landing over here where they normally do, feeling very, very confident about things, I'm sure. And I'm sure that the energy is back in the bodies of these 3 players. And I'm sure that Vice is looking to embrace his teammates once again after he picks up another win maybe in this game.
If that's what you want to call it. Yeah, it was an embrace of sorts, wasn't it? But I mean, I love seeing joy. I love seeing just people being that overwhelmed by the adrenaline pumping through them that they just don't know what to do with themselves. They just throw themselves at one another, and that's what Apex can do to you. That's why a lot of these pro players enjoy playing Apex at the very top level, because that final rush of, 10 teams being alive in the last circle, and you're desperately trying to survive. You're avoiding Gibraltar bombardments, you're avoiding Arc Stars, you get that final Peacekeeper shot, and you win the game. Nothing beats that dopamine rush.
Kick Esports, look at those shots coming in from Zako, almost managing to knock a player as he went up through the skies, and he's going to do a little bit more damage on the way down as well. So that team is going to be certainly reconsidering their position and having to take a few seconds on their rotation to pop a battery to get back to full shields. But it looks like Kick Esports are not going to shadow that team, who have gone into the choke to their right, which the Valkyrie passive is going to give them the information about. They're actually going to go through the cut here towards Harvester, so trying to beat that team. Doing that damage might have actually changed the rotation path of that team, which will allow Kick to actually move up. Uprising now. Some shots coming in from them on the other side of this choke, as we see Crescent on the core stick with the wingman in hand. And one of the strangest things always to me is to see that 1x hollow on a wingman. It just never feels comfortable for me when I'm using it, and it never feels comfortable to me when I'm watching it either.
Yeah, it just doesn't look right. But I like what you said about, doing damage can sometimes affect someone's rotation. It's the butterfly effect, isn't it? That one rotation being affected could actually change the path for another team, and that team could then walk into the warpath of another team, and they could then be pressured because of that happening, and it just could all spiral out of control, all by one team taking maybe a slight more risk or putting some extra shots across the map where they usually wouldn't. And that's why no game of Apex, even when we get similar circles, they never play the same, because it's just these tiny little things can make huge differences.
So nobody falling at the start of this game. It has been a clean drop for everybody. 19 teams in the lobby, remember. We start with not the full 20, as we've had a couple of teams, well, one team, excuse me, disbanded that were in one of these groups. So Na'Vi now making their move as well to the northern side of Trials. This little building is a very strong place. You can see they're trying to play for that tower as well. So maybe they're banking on somewhat of a Trials zone here, Na'Vi, which was something I suggested a little bit earlier. But again, we're going to have to wait for that third beacon information here to see how these teams are going to move.
Yeah, it's just all guesswork, really, for most of the teams. A lot of them would have played similar circles, so we'll have that history logged down, and they'll have it written down in their notes, I'm sure. Kicker diving in late, and they will be arriving into some gas here, and they'll have to try and take this fight.
This is a risky play. Will they be able to stabilize? It doesn't look like it's going to be a comfortable job for them. They're going to be forced down from height, and I'm slightly concerned for them here because you can see that there is going to be lots of lines of sight, but they found a little cheeky corner, although the barrels are being popped. They're going to have to wait. The EMP comes in, and that might be the signal for the other team to push, but that defensive bombardment is going to buy them the time here. But plan A didn't work, plan B is looking a little bit shaky here for Kick as well, and after a good performance in the previous game, it's looking like they're going to have to work extremely hard to match that in game number 5.
New Esports, they were inside the building they were originally planning to move towards Kick, but now they're being targeted by so many teams. There's probably an agreement all round of let's just get Kick out of the lobby here now because they are so vulnerable. It's GMT shooting them from height. New Esports are above them, and then in the distance there was also another squad, and New Esports have actually gone down and fancy a challenge here.
They certainly do, and it's actually going to be a kidnap that came in, but the player managed to retreat through the portal. The initial knock and then initial damage was actually done to Kick by Sir Dell from GMT. He managed to secure the first player who went down. You can see now just pushing up on that bridge is GMT, and Kicker in all sorts of problems now. Roger Rain trying to do what he can to pop these bubbles and keep himself alive, but it's not going to be enough. He will fall. Zeta Division coming in to clean things up.
Everyone just trying to get that extra little bit of KP could make a difference. Zeta Division, a team that we spoke about a little bit earlier on in the previous games of this broadcast. They, you know, have impressed us so much over the weeks, and they really, it would be a shame not to see a player like Taskmaster and the entire team, to be honest, if they didn't make playoffs. So I want to see a big game out of them. I want us to see why they are one of those teams that we so heavily speak of.
Let's jump into a listen-in with New Esports now. They are the team who are holding this height. Let's see what the next plan is.
He's back. You're safe. Just save your Q. No, you should have went from the back.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Get everything, like... Is there a purple there?
No.
Okay. Just get the loot.
I'm coming back.
Just Q out if needed.
I got cells and bats.
Okay, that's good. I'm good on cells and I have 4 bats, but...
one
we didn't got any kill, right? We didn't got any kill, right?
No, we didn't. I'll drop you bat here, post, take it. I have 3.
So we almost killed that Gibby. I was really ready to, like, I instantly PK him, and I was ready to eat the finisher to get the kill.
I stuck him with the arc, and he was super weak.
Yep, let's go.
This team watching you, post, watch out.
I'm not gonna heal. I'm gonna heal with the bot later.
Okay.
So just the comms really about just making sure they can get hold of that loot. They got the cells, they got the bats, and now they're just going to be holding their position. A little bit of beacon information we're going to get on our screens, which is what we're desperate for, and I'm sure a lot of the players are desperate for as well. And it's going to be Kashira on the Crypto who's going to get that information for his team. And we are going to be pulling away from Countdown here. Now, we did see a circle finishing pretty much in the center, in the kind of middle... no building zone, if you want to call it that, around the rocky structures just to the north of Countdown a few weeks ago. Trials still an option as well. It hasn't really given us the kind of information we were desperate for. It does look like it might pull slightly away from Trials here, if I was to put my best guess forward. But for Na'Vi, they are going to be on a quiet side of the zone. So even though they're over in Trials, they will have a pretty clear path to zone.
Yeah, it could be just finishing outside of Trials in that open area as well to the west side. There's a few places where it could start to pull towards, and I think everyone, as you say, is probably going to be a little bit frustrated with that beacon information because it doesn't necessarily give you a hard read. It's a lot of POIs that are on the edge of the circle, and it's just kind of open field that's left dead center, so you can't commit to it as easily as you would be able to any other circle, unless you want to really leave yourself vulnerable to maybe play, you know, behind a little rock and just watch one angle, or hope there's a little truck that's within that space as well.
Got a closed door here.
So Navi just trying to get those Evo shields leveled up at the moment. Strafey with the Sentinel hitting a couple of shots, but not doing too much to influence the lobby. Here comes Alliance, the winners of our game previous. As we see the leaderboards on the right-hand side to keep you up to date, and there's going to be a bit of a battle going down. The Nox Gas isn't going to do too much. It might slow things down, though, on the push, but Vibes is going to not think about slowing down for any kind of time. He picks up the Arcstar kill onto Vic from Click Esports. Hackish using every single bullet in that purple mag on the 301 to try and connect. He should be able to move in with his team to finish this off. And that's going to be Click Esports eliminated by the looks of things. Itin down, Vic down. And now Alliance just turn their attentions to watch their back after picking up some big KP for them.
Yeah, that's a nice important KP. Boosts up those Evo shields and also will give them a little bit of utility to work with. Still one member did remain. Yeah, he managed to get away, and you know, it's good when it is going to be the crypto, because there is a big possibility you can get those banners back using the drone. So maybe still life for Click Esports just yet.
Shadies is going to use that crypto drone
like
to
this.
try and find some areas to work with. However, I don't know if he's gone out of bounds there slightly or if there was other problems. Here's Na'Vi. Speaking of problems, they're finding themselves in them. Nesh and Strafey, the last two standing here. The bubble is down. And it's Gambit Esports who are a full 3 who are trying to force the issue upon them. Strafey's going to take to the high ground here. Keep your eye on the feed. Gambit will get the first knock. Leobi taking down Ness. Last player is going to be Strafey up on this high ground. He's got an R9, but it's not going to be enough. It's actually going to be Bold who are moving in. Excuse me, G-Dolphin, Clean, formerly known as Bold, my previously favourite named team in the Apex Legends Global Series. And now it's going to be Gambit who are saying, hey, we don't want this fight, we're out of here.
Yeah, Gambit got what they wanted, they got that KP, they realised there's another team that could potentially be on the horizon to upset them. And now they look to try and reposition, but it's about where they actually go here. It's sometimes a little bit misleading is the Valkyrie ultimate, because you gain that information, but it's only when teams are actually within sight. Of course, there could be a team in this building for all they know. It looks like they are okay for now, but they need to band together because there is certainly going to be pressure coming from elsewhere.
Yeah, tough move after this for all the teams that are inside of Skyhook, though, all having to fight out and move uphill. And with multiple teams in multiple buildings, any kind of angle that isn't taken or covered correctly is going to cause new problems. Speaking of problems, here comes ANC outplayed, and here comes a team flying into them. This is going to be the battle a little bit further inside. This is actually Gambit, I think, on that lower side. Yeah. Gambit have escaped for now and have managed to secure a little spot to hold outside. But this is the problem that I was talking about. So many teams, not a lot of space to play with, and there's only so much oxygen to go around.
Yeah, Gambit need to watch those stairs because OP are there and waiting and looking to try and maybe get a stick. The advantage just goes to Gambit when it's actually armors coming into question here, but certainly ANC outplayed feel like they can take Gambit. They don't know it's Gambit yet, of course, but they have been the ones who are poking and prodding. And Gambit aren't really a team you want to poke and prod too much, because they will start to bite back. And I would imagine that Gambit, when they feel comfortable, will probably try and push up on this one as well.
Need to get the information on shields. I think that's what they're waiting for here. If they see there's a couple of blues, then they will be a little bit more inclined to make that push. Hardeki, a little bit of peek, a little bit of a prod round the corner with the Gibraltar. But nothing quite connecting for now. Now here is the play. He's going to go for that kidnap, and it's going to be the Gibraltar who's going to have to be very careful. Hardeki's also going to have to be careful. And from hero to zero goes Hardeki. The play is not executed. Gambit have to move in now and try and keep their superstar alive.
They managed to get a trade, at the very least. I think it was some help from elsewhere, and now outplayed are pushing in. The Ogre will fall, and it's just one remaining of Gambit. Shex has been taken down from elsewhere, so outplayed are down to just 2. This is entirely doable in a 1 versus 2, but as a Gibby, you are sometimes vulnerable, and Gambit get wiped in 17th. Those are the highs and lows of Apex Legends.
Problem is, it's the third party now who's taken that high ground, so ANC outplayed, even though they won the fight. Now leave themselves open to the third, and it's Lasita France who are coming in to say, we want to take those kill points, and we will do it quite happily without having any knocks, but third party, knock on the door. There's an uninvited guest, it's the fourth party, it's GMT who are trying to get involved here. Naski's going to lose his shields though. Bubble will go down, Del getting that knock is massive, and Naski, no shields,
no problem. He's got a Peacekeeper, and he picks up the knock onto Joke.
That was a pretty clean fight from GMT as well, so even if there were to be another team pushing them here, they should be okay and should manage to survive and get away as they do finish off one more remaining player of the Seat of France as, well, a little bit of the body disrespect coming in.
Snapsky just checking that his knees are working properly.
Is that what it was?
That's all it is. It's
right, okay. Still flexible, as ever, it would seem. Maybe a little too flexible for my liking. A little engagement happening in Trials then. Don't worry, they're not shooting Prowlers this time. They are actually shooting real human beings or real legends. Clean versus IG. This is certainly a scrap where the winner will have a desirable position.
Clean, of course, just outside of the top 20 coming into today. Invictus were just inside of it, but Unlucky has fallen, and even with those big PK shots, it's all going to be on to Nags now. 3v1 he has to win. He makes it a 2v1, and I tell you what, he might be looking to make it a 1, but it's not going to happen. IG will clutch up, and they will win the fight inside of Trials, but here comes the third party. Green's going to jump into the void to try and escape. Rascals looking to pick up some more kills. IG, they're out. They are eliminated.
Did one get away?
I thought I saw the final player go down.
Yeah, I always think there is one just remaining though. Every single time you see, and one just creeps away. But Rascal certainly will be delighted to be able to pick up some free KP there. Elsewhere, GMT on the other side. There's the final remaining player of IG getting taken out. Bryn managed to escape one team, but ran right into another. And that's the scary factor. When you've got a lobby like this, when it's a difficult zone to be playing and there's not much kind of closed areas, when there is an engagement that happens, everyone is flying at everyone else. They know that KP is not going to be easy to come by here. So if there's any sort of advantageous opportunity, you have to take it.
Well, let's jump into a listening with GMT as they try and secure even more KP here.
We will nade stack the shit out of these guys, okay? I have EMP very soon. And we have to just fight them, okay?
Yep.
Are we in over there, Badoli, on you?
No.
No, we're not.
No.
I guess you just feed them and figure out where they are, and then I'll also got them as well.
Are you ready?
Yes.
None of them on the outside, okay? I'm gonna EMP them. And
you open the door, Dylan.
Yeah.
You open the door for me, and then I'll ult them. Yeah. Look at the Gibby's like. Gibby's playing left.
Nade the Gibby, you'll have the bubble.
Okay, I'm nading him.
Nah, we should wait a little bit. He's going. My EMP. Push up now, push up now.
I ulted outside as well. I ulted outside.
Just play inside. Just hold inside. I'm gonna close the door. Door's closed.
We're in, right? Are we in?
Yeah, we're in.
Yeah, we're in.
Do we have caustic ult?
No, I just ulted them. I ulted them away.
We need it. They will nade us then. No, we actually have a lot of space. Actually, it's bad. We might have to fight them anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fight them, I think. But they
might have a team in their back though. That's still a team.
I'm doing a portal.
I'm batting.
I'm getting a portal behind them. I'm gonna
keep it sending you. Keep it cracked. Keep it cracked. You send this guy, Nesky. Look at Loba crack.
I'm one.
Oh, did you speak? I have to bat.
Popping a medkit.
Pushing. Take the board now. Take the board.
Yeah.
Almost cracked. All right, you're 2v3.
Valk above us.
We have to kill this Valk.
I can't. They're swinging on me. Oh, what?
GMT full tried their best to do everything. They threw everything that they could. The team outside to try and force them outside of Trials to take that fight, but now we jump onto Zeta and they are stepping up now. The alternator doing what it does best, removing shields and stripping away their health.
Yeah, Zeta starting to shred here as just as all that unfolded, we went from about 12 teams to 6 teams, half the lobby. Alliance still alive elsewhere. You can see the charge rifle doing some work, but Zeta Division will at least control this area for now, but they will be pushing into a slight open area where they need to make sure they finish this one kill before they can progress any further. They certainly have got eyes, but Wraith has just managed to time it perfectly. Dives into the void. Now, looking at that last circle, there's not much to play here. There's a lot of open ground. There's a little bit of hype for new esports right now. But with just 5 left, Zeta Division, Alliance, new, all planned and underrated. This is a huge game for a lot of these teams. Zeta are out of those playoff spots. Alliance playing for top 2 as well. So much permutations.
New on this height, like you mentioned, they're going to take the zip line down because they know they're going to have to move. They're going to force the fight down onto underrated by the looks of things. Post kill is going to be joining the bubble party. Not sure that he was invited, but he's booted his way through the door, and it looks like they will clean house inside of the bubble. They will have the good amount of time as well to get this res off, as the circle will start moving in around 35 seconds or so. Alliance also picking up kills. Mpe has fallen. Hack is with the shots to take him down. Vifes, the cheeky little angle here, and Alliance have control of this zone. Just look at where they are. They're inside. Other teams still having to fight through the choke to even get inside of the zone here. Z Division, it's desperation from them as the bubble now goes down. Taskmaster not being able to connect as yet with any of these shots. He'll go down all on 9 Impulse. Alliance swoop in to pick up the pieces.
And Alliance should be able to close this entire thing out. I think it's just the last remaining rat. And Alliance have done what they needed to do. They've got another victory on the board, and they're starting to really heat up here in the ALGS. They are slow burners. It has to be said. Every time you think they're down and out, they just come back into it right at the end.
Back to back for Alliance. What a result for them. They are looking like the Alliance we know and the Alliance we love. All about positioning for them, but that zone was a tough one. You know, we were saying, is it going to be a trial zone? Is it going to finish in the open? It did end up the trial side of things, and you can see that desperate kind of scarper for a lot of teams towards the end when they saw that information finally come around the 3rd or 4th zone. And that was what made it such a difficult lobby to make it into that end zone down. We saw it go, like you mentioned, from around 13 teams down to 6 in just an instant. I think no one was really sure for a long time there. Alliance playing the backside of it, ended up with the best position and a simple cleanup for them at the end.
A circle like that, there's just not many areas you can play without being exposed to another team. So because of that, people were being quite aggressive. People were pushing. They were third-partying, and they were trying to pick up KP whenever it was presented to them. Alliance with a 23-point game, 11 kills. And New Esports also got 11 kills, so they weren't too far behind. And Zeta Division, that's a game that I'm more likely to see when I'm thinking of Zeta Division and what they're able to achieve. A top 3 for them, and that will help them in the overall leaderboards. All Plan did manage to get top 4, but only with the 1 kill, so it's still not that many points. But certainly a difficult one to play, and I mean, it was difficult to watch at times, so you know for sure it was difficult to play.
Looking at the other end of things, Gambit with just 2 points on the board at the 17th place. Not too great for them, and that is good news for Alliance. Remember, they're trying desperately to chase down Gambit. Gambit would have to finish outside of that top 3, like you mentioned, overall, to even give Alliance or the likes of GMT the chance of actually winning overall in EMEA. But as you say, when you go towards that last game, maybe there is still a possibility for Alliance if they can pick up yet another win, as we see those stats coming in. Vifes this time, charge rifle in hand, dealing out some damage.
Yeah, Gambit would have to drop off quite significantly, but it's not out of the realms of possibility. So if you are the likes of Alliance, GMT, or in the other lobbies, Guild, Maestro, you have to put your best foot forward and ensure you get as many points as possible, just in case Gambit do slip up ever so slightly. I say slightly, it would be a big slip, like I'm talking 10 banana skins type of slip. But Yuki, Vifes and Hack is there just showing us how to play an endgame circle when you have a little bit of control. Force the other teams to fight, push in right at the end just to clean up the pieces. And it looked somewhat easy when you jump onto their POV, but it was about the work they did prior to that to ensure they got into those positions.
Well, let's bring Kate back into the conversation now, as Alliance are looking strong and coming right at the right time as well, Kate. So vital for them to do.
Absolutely. And speaking of Alliance, let's take a trip down memory lane, shall we? To the last time that these two groups met each other. I did a little bit of search, and it looks like Alliance, they were number 3 the last time they met with 2 top 5 placements, but all 6 of the matches, they were in the top 10. So I think we can give them the consistency sticker there and certainly talk about Alliance as not just a team that has popped off in our last 2 of these lobbies, but really Onset as a team that has really showcased what they can do as a consistent, not as spicy sometimes, but definitely that slow burn like you mentioned.
Yeah, Alliance are a momentum team, and the more I see it, the more I'm starting to believe it as well. When they get one decent performance under their belt, and I feel like KP is a big thing for them as well. If they get a couple of fights that go their way and they start dominating, all of a sudden they start looking more confident in their decision making. Hackis looks like he's never second guessing how his teammates are going to engage in those fights, and Yuki is getting better and better. And I kind of highlighted this a couple of weeks ago when we had a Monster MVP segment, and I put Yuki forward because it's such a pressurized thing to do, to join one of the best teams in the EMEA region. All eyes are on you and you need to perform. He's doing that now. He's found his feet. He is looking like the beast that Alliance were hoping he would be, and all of them are starting to roll together now. They're looking absolutely dominant.
dominant, capital D, uppercase, bolded, italicized, 100%. Now, Gaskin, we're looking at some highlights here from looks like match, I think 4, but we're gonna come into match 5, and that's where I want to talk real quick about what we saw in round number 3, which is the party after party after party. I think I heard you one of you reference either a 4th party, and I think ultimately became about between GMT and Rascals. I want you to talk to me a little bit once we get to that place as we see these early game highlights about third partying, particularly some of those tips and trips and best practices that we've seen these pros really showcase.
It's about knowing when to third party, and I think when you've only got 2 matches left and you're struggling for points and you look at what this end circle is potentially going to provide for everyone, you need to be pushing engagements when they're there and presented to you, because KP is not going to be easy without getting into one of the priority positions. And when we were in this area of Fragment, there wasn't really much chance of many of those teams making it out alive, just scarpering across open land and being drilled by those who've already found themselves in those open positions. So that's why we saw so many teams just try and say, look, we have to fight now, and we're not going to get a better opportunity than what is currently sat in front of us. And yeah, sure, it's best being the last one to the party, but it's about timing it correctly, because you can be the third party, manage to win that engagement, but another team arrives. It's about having that awareness, knowing how many teams are around, and also ensuring that you know where armor swaps are to be prepared for when that team does eventually arrive.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this game is about timing, and it has really been out of control today, which is super fun. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and what it has had to say about our teams. Onset, I'm going to go ahead and predict Alliance looking pretty good, but New Esports still at number 1 there, or actually up at number 1.
Up at number 1, jumping up 5 places alongside Alliance as well. And if you want to know why this is important information, Dan pointed out right at the start of the show, Gambit, if they finish inside the top 3, are guaranteed to be first place overall at the end of this split. They are not inside the top 3 as it stands with 1 more match to go, which means there's a possibility that someone else could be crowned champion. Alliance, maybe they could turn this around. Maybe they could be one team who could fire themselves forward. But for New Esports, I mentioned right at the start of the show, 19th overall coming into today, 16th yesterday. They looked down. They looked out. They were going to be one of those teams that fell out of the bubble. New Esports have turned up today. They are in first place, 49 points and looking strong.
They are indeed. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, Kick, you had my heart. And I'm very, very, very upset right now, but it's fine. We'll deal. They're at the top, towards the top of that overall leaderboard. But as you know, we are playing and showcasing A versus C on this broadcast. But don't you worry, simultaneously, Mr. Dan Gaskin, we got B versus D. And I will say the number 2 slot is the one that I feel like has made the biggest headlines here today.
Yeah, and I mean, Future Perfect are doing really well, and they'll be able to push themselves up further in those top 10 placements. But Guild were in 2nd place behind Gambit coming into this. They were the closest competitors. And with Gambit falling out of that top 3, it certainly does give Guild the opportunity to actually win overall. But they probably need a victory here, and they are 26 points off of 1st place. So a victory is looking less likely for them. Maestro were the 2nd closest competitor, by the way. They are dead last. That is going to be a huge fall from grace, because the likes of Alliance, GMT, Invicta, 69 IQ, and Rebel could all potentially overtake them and knock them from winning like, what, 12.5 grand to potentially only winning 6 grand, I think. So that could be a huge loss for them if they don't manage to pick things up. And with how it's been going, I mean, it doesn't look great for Maestro. But certainly Guild Esports are certainly giving themselves a chance to try and break into not just the top 2, but maybe even topple Gambit if they have a big, big last game.
Absolutely. And I think one thing to note, Onset, is Young Money Guild, they have a new player, Tyler FPS, who seems to be impacting the gameplay, to be sure, I think.
Yeah, he's been floating around different teams for a while now, Tyler. He just needs to find a home. We know how talented he is. He just needs to find that solid lineup. And maybe it's not going to be this season, but maybe it'll be next season when we have the break between things, where he gets the opportunity to, run some games, spend a little bit of time with a couple of teammates, and find, like I say, somewhere to call his home.
Well, that is excellent news for Tyler and excellent news for our lobby. Well, maybe not excellent, because Tyler in the lobby is scary, but it's fun for us to watch. Speaking of fun, let's talk about your ability to enter the Lenovo Legion ALGS Pro League giveaway, your chance to win a free Lenovo Legion gaming PC. Go ahead and visit that Twitter on your screen, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. maybe find yourself a free gaming PC. That'd be kind of fun. Hey, speaking of, since you're already over on Twitter, just head on over to our Twitter page at Play Apex Esports. Use the hashtag ALGS. We like to keep up with you. You like to keep up with us. Maybe you'll see us. You'll see yourself on our very show. Who knows? But either way, we're also on YouTube and we're on Twitch. We're everywhere you want to be. And you know where I want to be? I want to be in game number 6. And so for that, we're going to be going to a break. But don't you worry. Our final game of our EMEA region here in split number 1 commences right around the corner.
Well, we have waited for this moment to happen for a long time. It is day 12, and it is, of course, our final match in EMEA before we sign, seal, and deliver the results for playoffs. Evan Rainer here with Tom. How do you feel going into this, man? Alliance have won 2 back-to-back, so we're not really worried about them qualifying, more so them getting themselves in the most advantageous possible for playoffs. But we've got a couple of teams on the bottom end who are still trying to claw their way in and have to have a desperate last moment to maybe seize that opportunity and make their way into the playing situation in January.
I'm seeing if Alliance can go full Michael Jordan mode here and go for the 3-peat, you know what I'm saying? Because that would be absolutely sick. We've seen some record-breaking performances yesterday coming out of the North America scene. G2 really putting it to him in that lobby. Today, it's been looking pretty solid, but there is your overall standings. The big picture, the top 20 is all that matters right here, and also making sure if you can get inside that top 10, you're going to have a huge advantage in that 50-point system.
Yeah, and to me, it's always interesting to see kind of where things start to shake out. If you look at Congarna at the bottom, this is a team that was barely hanging on to the 20th spot, but you can tell that they're performing decently well over on the other side of the bracket. So they're going to have probably 3-4 points to work with today, and that is going to make it very difficult for these teams like Dead Inside or Underrated or FigVam, who have all been doing pretty well, who are 3 points outside of where you saw Congarna start, to catch up unless they somehow get into 4th or 3rd. I think the big number, Tom, is going to be 3rd. If any of these teams can pop off with a big win, get a big 15 to 22 point win, that is going to be the difference maker. That could guarantee them a spot.
And it's Alliance just gatekeeping everybody, whether it's in the game, whether it's them trying to make it into the playoffs. That's what they're doing right now. And it's tough if you are a team like, say, Navi, 789, all these teams that are really trying to duke it out right now. It is so hard to go and put up points when teams are on fire. We're seeing the best of Gambit. We're seeing the best of Alliance. We're seeing GMT step it up. So they are basically doing a great job of stopping the competition from getting in. And that's a job in itself. Honestly, you got to give them a lot of credit for playing so well on the highest stage of Apex.
And it's one of those things that we're just going to get to see here in Game 6 unfold. Will Alliance be able to do that three-peat? We know that yesterday it was possible. G2 winning 3 out of 6 games with such a monstrous performance, but they did it with the Ash. You know, stereotypically from Alliance and maybe from EMEA, they're a little bit more conservative as far as not only play styles going into those final circles. More teams are typically alive in EMEA towards the later rounds, but also in terms of compositions, they've been able to go the distance and create the Lobas, the Cryptos, kind of do stuff that North America has yet to engage with in the same way. But with Alliance specifically, they said, we are not trying to reintroduce any new characters here. We are going to stick with what has worked for us. We're not looking at the Ash. We're not going into the Loba. And they've really cemented, I think, a very strong playstyle choice, which is, hey, we know it works. We're just going to get better at it. And it seems to be working for them here.
Yeah, different play styles, different ways to eat breakfast. One puts, beans on toast. The other one, just likes bacon and cholesterol. So
both
it
good.
Really depends on depends on what you really like right there. And it's really fun to go and watch Loba be utilized, the Cryptos, the Caustics, et cetera, et cetera. And then you go to North America, Ash, Bloodhound still being utilized by a team like Sentinels. Just goes to show, and I can't wait. I know we are still breaking up the regions going into our January playoff event, but soon. And I'm thinking sometime in 2022, these mouse and keyboard versus controller topics, EMEA versus North America topics, they're all going to come together, and it's going to be a great time. I can't wait. But here it is, game number 6. Who's going to make it into the playoffs, Rain Day? That's what matters right now.
It is game time. The last game of EMEA. And we'll decide it all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are dropping down with the winners of not just Game 4, but Game 5. Alliance, as they loot up. And will it be game number 3 in a row for Game 6 to top it off and send an emphatic message to all those around that we know what we're doing? Of course, another group playing in EMEA right now as well. We have the pleasure of watching these two groups today on the official main broadcast, but there's all that action being covered across Play Apex Esports and our partners. So make sure to keep tabs on that. It will be an exciting last-minute tally here in the next probably 45 to 50 minutes. But as you can see, a northern zone, Tom, which is going to shift us up a little bit. We've been playing a lot on the northwest side. Now we're kind of on the closer to the northeast side here where it may end.
And when you look at that map, pay attention to the 3 trucks on the very north side of the map, kind of where that train track area is. Those are going to be a priority. Teams are going to play on the northern side of that and keep all the action towards the south. So if you can get over towards that mountain, keep your back over there, and have the trailers or trucks in front of you, you're going to be in a great spot. You know who's not going to get there first? Alliance, because they have to make their way all the way from Thermal Station. It's going to be a tough go at it.
Yeah, and this is where we will see maybe the biggest challenge yet for the team that has seemed to take on any challenge and live, whether it's battling in a toe-to-toe matchup, poke battle against Gambit, and ultimately leaving to fight another day and win on that day, or whether it's just going in the perfect timing of a final 3v3 circle, picking off GMT and going to push new esports. Alliance has found the answers. But GMT now with 3 up. Nasky has been an impressive player. One of those I think that we've been watching as well, Tom. His in-game leadership, especially on the crypto, has been something phenomenal to see.
Yeah, and his enthusiasm, too. Just the amount of heart that he's playing with. You could tell he really wants it. He cares about his teammates. He wants the best for what's going on. And you really need someone like that on your team. You know, K Swinney was doing it yesterday for 69 IQ. We see, again, it's a crypto player this time being the IGL, which is interesting as we see a crypto being respawned back into the game. Uprising is going to have to deal with a lot of teams rotating right now. We saw GMT rotating with 2 minutes left on that clock. Typically, everyone else rotates around that 1:32 mark. So at 1 minute, you know everyone's making their way over towards this area. It is going to be a scary time for the teams that meet up over towards this overlook side.
You can see it and you can smell it in the air. It's chilly, and you can tell just by the breath exuded from your body that there's something going on. It's kind of like, you know, when you know you're not alone, but you don't know where someone is staring at you from. Invictus Gaming get a sense from a few shots finding their way from the car down below, and Navi are the ones doing the peppering there. Triple take in the hands of Nesh. It's going to give him a lot of range and a lot of up-close shotgun-like action for a sniper. One of our favorites back in the pool here. And G7 Scout gone into the care package for this season. One of the changes, and that was kind of a welcome change, especially in the competitive scene, since the G7 really is the premier kind of poke weapon. I would have thought we'd see more 30-30. We've seen it once here, but not too often in terms of dominating the way they've played. Really opting for, and with, I think, a lot of respect to the decision, a lot of flat lines, a lot of R301s, and then splitting the difference, sometimes with somebody on a Sentinel, sometimes somebody on a longbow, and then a shotgun, of course, to handle the job up close.
What's weird is Na'Vi and their playstyle right now, they had such a fast rotation to make their way over towards the northern side of the zone, and they have a beacon to scan, so I'm curious why they're sitting and hanging out in Overlook when the meta is everyone's going to fly by you to begin with, and they're not going to mess with you. So Na'Vi is interested in getting kills, and they're trying to gatekeep on the Overlook side, but they're not going to get any action because there's just no chance that these Valkyrie teams are interested in fighting a team like Na'Vi when they're sitting up over towards the sniper post. So to me, that's a small misplay based on the situation. This is the big brain play. This is what I wanted to see someone do. Get over towards these train carts, keep that mountain towards your back, and you are going to be in such a prime position. You can even leave those players in the train carts. It's okay. The other teams are going to coexist. That is the spot to be. What a play from Rascals. I like that position.
And if you're excited about the new Winter Express update, I mean, it's great practice because this is one of those places the train stops. And, oh, something else is going to stop right there. Oh, my goodness. Click Esports. They got a couple put into the body, and they aren't coming back. That is a huge pickup from new Esports here, who are fighting to maintain their spot. They have been a nuisance for the rest of this lobby, but they have absolutely shredded. Most teams found themselves involved in a lot of final circles. New Esports starting off strong in Game 6.
Revved up Thermite Rampage here. I mean, that's what I needed to do when I woke up this morning. Just pop a Thermite and just get revved up, baby, and just be on a rampage because it is game time. And wow, just the control. I know that guy was going in a straight line, and these are the pro players, but it just looked so pretty. Don't you love seeing just a one-clip rain day in Apex? It's one of the more beautiful things.
I think that's what makes Apex still the best BR, one of the best shooting games in the world. It's so satisfying to hit your shots. It really is not something you can explain to someone. You just have to experience it. And when you tell your new friends, you know, hey, it's going to take you a couple games. You always miss your wingman shots when you first start off. But once you hit them, oh, you never go back. We've got a chance to follow along with new Esports as they fly in. Let's listen in as well as they get into an engagement.
Just hide.
Team watching us.
I think you can just go garage.
Come here, come here.
Go garage.
I'm TPing somewhere.
TP garage, right side garage.
This guy following me, I cannot. He took my TV, he took my TV.
Can we take it?
You can't.
Outside. Okay, go. Come back,
I can't. He's trying to test me.
I'm sending in.
There's one on the left side. I need to heal myself. 2v2. Cash. He's cracked, he's low, crypto low.
I cracked him.
Is it res, I think? Res
Go
somebody.
right side and set up.
Come,
Set
come,
up.
res me maybe,
This,
Cash.
this is what I was saying, man.
Oh, you need to cut me here, bro. That's the cut. You can maybe.
Did you
res me,
finish? Did
Cash.
you finish the guy?
No, I didn't saw him.
I'm gonna EMP them.
On the back. Yeah, some people close by. Be careful. I'm taking the flat and I'm coming to you.
We should try to go to the other side. Post. Can we cross?
I don't.
Couple of nice free fires, some port kill, but the ultimate used. Share goes down. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to continue that pace. New Esports under some trouble. As we follow along with Fenerbahce, going against not a Sincere, a team that desperately needs the win. They've got to go big, they know it. And Tom, we've been talking about their play style, but they are looking for KP. They are looking for a big win here because that's the only way they can make themselves get into playoffs.
I get that's the thought process, but you have to understand that those 12 placement points are really big too, and you should be able to get kills along the way. It's a high risk, high reward play. I get what's going on, but you can see Max Strafe is already dead. Hardeki has came through, and you have to realize the situation. There's going to be third and fourth parties here. There's no chance that teams like Gambit aren't going to try to collapse on this, and that's what's happening. Na'Vi going out in 18th place. I really feel like they had a great opportunity to rotate early. They made the call. Sometimes desperation, Rain Day, will get the best of you, and I feel like that's what happened with Na'Vi there.
And, you know, if it works out and you get a pop-off game, you say that was the right call. And if it doesn't work out, well, obviously, you say, man, maybe we should have done it differently. It's hard to tell before you make the decision, though. It could have been something that was big-brained and not even we were able to see it. But alas, Na'Vi and their playoff hopes certainly dashed with that one there. I know a lot of fans are not going to be happy, but of course, this is just one moment in Apex Legends competitive history. There will be others, but it is not their day. Underrated, a team that's still involved, and they are tied with Na'Vi coming into this with 8 points on the day, and they have put themselves in a position to be involved in the higher part of this leaderboard. So they have a chance as well. Maybe this is starting to become the story, sitting in 5th place, that if they can pop off, they could even potentially take first.
That would be huge for them. And going back to Na'Vi, keep in mind throughout this split, we've had an unorthodox, crazy amount of southern zones, excuse me.
Yeah.
So when you're landing over towards Overlook, it's been kind of difficult for the Na'Vi squad. And now they get gifted with a northern zone towards the tail end, but it's just a little bit too late as we take a look at the map and the flying camera as we get our own little crypto drone to find out what's going on with Kick. Kick actually tossing down an early bubble, and it looks like Pinky Finky's in a little bit of a weird spot. He's pretty far away from his team. It looks like they are fairly split. They need to make sure that they keep Draconian in the area, because without that bubble, you're going to be stuck. And yeah, you can see everyone's splitting up right there, and they're going to regroup here very shortly as you see what's going on with the Alliance squad.
Yeah, getting that Valcolt landing, getting the Valcolt. They're returning to battle. A nice little tip there for those in your high-level games of rotation. Don't just have to take the redeploy. You can do a couple of those moves, and now they're going to separate here to make sure that they get the biggest advantage and chance to all survive by not grouping up and making easy targets as they go with the Skyward Dive. Only 75 damage on the side of Yuki, but he's found himself a purple, so good looting, good luck, and Alliance. Good spot.
Very smart rotation there from Lions. They were able to do that redeploy into the Skyward Dive, and it gave them so much more extra height right there. I'm surprised the oxygen wasn't too thin and they didn't start losing HP or something like that, because they were so high up in the air. But you love that passive coming in from Valkyrie, being able to see on that Skyward Dive where exactly everybody's going to be. They pick that bottom side underneath behind the fence. That's going to be a secure spot. But look at that, all of those teams over towards the trailers and the trucks like we were talking about. Just big chilling, waiting for where this zone's going to pull going into round 3.
And I do love, you know, the original part that we were looking at with Zeta in those trucks, because they do get to play with their back safe. And this is the difference, you know, obviously when you are Invictus Gaming, yeah, you have to take that trade. Do we want to approach as we come from the outside with no cover once we potentially have to leave these trucks, or do we sit inside? And Caustic provides. They're willing to take this bet that they can handle it. Invictus Gaming, a team that has been successful in so many different moments in this ALGS and the EMEA side of things. have made some star-studded action plays happen. But Bryn on that blue, you're going to have to change that up if you want to stay as aggressive as we know he likes to get towards these final circles. So we'll see how we deal with them, especially with Alliance underneath.
And this is a zone where cryptos are going to be extremely annoying, and Nasky's going to end up going down. Serdell trying to survive, but already being pushed. Really nice massive shot, but in a 3v1 situation, I don't think it's going to happen. Does get the knock right there onto Hierarcha, which was nice in itself, but still just not able to pull that one off, especially against such a skilled team here. And going back to where the zone is ending, that is just where a Bloodhound would be such a nuisance too, on top of Crypto, where you would just continually scan and scan and scan. But once things do go down over there, Rain Day, it's going to be third, fourth, fifth, sixth party. All the teams are going to start collapsing and fighting in that building.
It is going to go down. You know it for sure. A team that has been involved, but not involved in the way that they want points-wise, Fenerbahce. They find themselves not only in 18th here in this lobby today overall, but they find themselves outside of the top 20. Not only that, they find themselves in the top 30 at relegation side. Tom, this is not what you want. They are 33. They're technically in the relegation spot. So a big game from Fenerbahce here, pushing them all the way up maybe into the middle of the pack. Those 2 or 3 points they could get might mean the difference between being relegated or not. Huge stakes for Fenerbahce, all planned as well. Looking to maybe plan this out a little bit better. It seems like Chaos, and they're going to have to adapt. Impe with the Peacekeeper, he's going to hit a lot of the knockdown shield, looking desperately for the KP, and the Massive will hit the flatline too. It hits a headshot, but Kremow, not enough. He's still alive though. Impe maybe takes the distress and the chaos of the moment to heal himself back up. Kick. Uaku, you can see he had 1 sliver of health, and now it's OJ Rain trying to survive, get back with his team, and get Hierarcha back up so they have a chance with 3.
Fenerbahce picking up some kills too. That's going to be pretty big, and I love the 2 sides of the story here, where we have teams duking it out for prize money, trying to duke it out for the playoff spot in terms of getting better placement and trying to get points for the placement. Meanwhile, you have a team like Fenerbahce just really struggling to just make it into the next season as well. And I think that this is where we're going to see the best from them, because when you're looking at their shots, we saw amazing control there, amazing recoil control from the FB team, but now we see what's going on with Kick and Hierarcha. Very fortunate that he has not been flushed out yet. That's something that when we talk about points, flushing players down and trying to get that extra point is something that is very valuable here. Hierarcha got enough cover from the rest of the Kick teammates to be able to still stay alive and survive the situation.
When it comes to points, the team we were watching all planned. Boy, oh boy, they needed it. And so far, they are in 9th place. That would put them tied with Fenerbahce in that first spot. Considering Fenerbahce are not on the points total yet in 18th, they would be tied for the literal last spot before you are not relegated. So 33rd out of 32 teams that are going to stay in this Pro League and not get demoted. That is a huge deal. It would most likely go to a tiebreaker unless Fenerbahce are able to jump themselves up and have a big game here. So we'll keep watching that storyline as Alliance, who has been dominating 2 games in a row, is sitting underneath Invictus Gaming, who seem pretty safe in the playoffs, also fighting for those advantaged points heading into our match point system. Uprising, a team we haven't seen too much of today, but sitting outside in the thick of things as well. Clean by themselves in a decent corner. There's a lot of action going on, Tom. Everyone seems like they are ready to go. This is going to be that final moment closing in soon around Climatize.
Just look at how small this circle is. The portal, I believe, I don't know if it still goes 100 meters, but say it does, and it was, still 100 meters. That is how small this zone is. And a lot of teams coexisting already in this situation. We are going to lose a lot of players. Speaking of that, Fenerbahce coming in inside of the truck, and that's going to be Fenerbahce. Pinky Finky starting to pop off. This could be the moment.
This is huge. Clean also outside of the top 20. We didn't even realize, but they're 21st. A big game from Clean. They've got 24 points. Top of the leaderboard is 49. A win would almost guarantee them pushing into playoffs. So Clean, so much to play for. G-Dolphin knows it as well. A Battle Royale veteran, a personality in the Apex scene, what it would mean for him to move on with his squad. 13 left remaining in this game. We see Fenerbahce picking off a couple of these shots, but Clean are holding down this little fortress of theirs, surrounded and protected by a few walls of vantage points, but looking desperately to get that KP. You can't risk it though, Tom. There's so much on the line if you play this in-game right that they're just going to leave them in the truck for now and try to make sure no one's sneaking up behind.
They have such good weapon choices and perfect utility for this type of situation. And there is the Bloodhound coming out too. So we talked about the value of the scans in this type of zone. You're gonna get big value with how much clutter there's gonna be overall. But here's the big fight happening over towards the train tracks like we were discussing. This is that time where teams are gonna start to fight and push up into the zone.
Rascals, Paradise, we've seen him make the plays before. Can he do it with the Volt? He's got a syringe and a dream. Alpha Draft, he's got a missile strike to help him keep sleeping a little longer. But do you want to wake up? Or will you realize it was all a nightmare and it was real? This is what Alpha Draft is hoping to accomplish with the Prowler. You never want to fight that one, the zone. Pushing him in, he's all he's got. And Bambino, Jellycorn, Moonbloom somehow surviving. They take down Rascals, Paradise, and Alpha Draft. But guess who shows up at the end of it? It's Gambit coming through. The Thermite taking down Jellycorn. Moonbloom somehow, though, takes down an incredible back forth. And G-Dolphin is the one who also gets a couple of kills on the edge for Clean. This could be massive for them.
And then Pinky's also popping off in the kill feed as well, as that's going to be the rest of Gambit coming in to clean up. Invictus Gaming getting into a duel as well. We talked about the chaos that was about to ensue. Well, here it is.
Fenerbahce just falls. Will it be enough? That's the question. They've got to jump nearly 10 places in order to have a chance, but they just may have saved themselves from relegation with the KP that was gotten from Pinky Finky and the squad. Invictus Gaming, Bryn holding it down. They've been battling for this location with Alliance. Well, now they're still here. There's 5 remaining. 700 damage to the name, but he doesn't care at all. All he wants is one. Number 1. That's it to finish it off, and it's Clean, who have put themselves in top 4. This may be enough. 24 points in the 11th position, currently getting only 1 point. That would not be enough to push into playoffs, but if Clean could somehow win, that would change their fate. That might drive them into January, Tom. Everybody's got something to fight for here.
And look who's surrounding them. The 2 teams that have been absolutely on fire today. Alliance looking for 3 in a row, which is just unheard of in this type of competition. You have Gambit, who's been playing out of their absolute minds. Invictus Gaming, they're fully healed up as well around the side. This is going to be an awesome ending. If you want to see Clean, I want to see you guys in the chat. If you want to see Clean pull this one out and get into the playoffs, make sure you show your support in the chat.
Oh, and Alliance, they're the first ones to start the fight. Vikes may just have to pull, but it's going to be IG who goes against Alliance. They say we've been fighting all game long. It's time to end the fight, and we'll let you know we own this place. And IG doing everything they can to submit and back up their words with peacekeeper shots. There's not much more of an emphatic statement you can make, and Bryn knows how to make it with the Mastiff. He hits the headshot. He gets down, though, by Alliance, and so it's still Vice fighting it for Bryn. He's going to have to clutch it up. Big PK into the void, and he's just buying time, and this is perfect. You know, when it's done, Tom, it's opened up room for Clean. Unlucky G-Dolphin and Nags. Could they do it? The Cinderella story to get into playoffs. It's Clean versus Alliance. It's going to be a 3v2. Clean, can they take fate into their own hands, put themselves into the playoffs? Oh, Clean does it. They are your champions, and they might have just booked their ticket to fight for glory.
That is how you play Apex Rain Day. You're trying to get into the playoffs. You may have just done it. That is such a big statement from Clean. Way to go there. Such patience, so much on the line. And wow, that Gibraltar skin, though. I love that one.
Wow, what a moment from Clean. I mean, you need it. You're sitting in 11th. You know, I got 1 point. I'm literally starting out with 10. I'm in 21st place. Congarna is with 11 points. They're right on the 20th spot for playoffs. Congarna in the other group, they're playing well. They're 4th, 5th. You know they're getting 4, 5, 6 points. You've got teams who are already pushing that narrative, but then Clean says the only way we guarantee this is if we pop off, and they do. What a moment for G-Dolphin, Clean, and the rest of them. 22 points. That is certainly going to bump them into the conversation. We're going to wait to confirm it, but it seems pretty clear that Clean might have just had the cleanest victory of their lives right there and cemented a spot in playoffs.
I bet they got super hyped up, and also we talked about the value of the Bloodhound scans there. Not only that, stars kind of align in terms of, hey, Invictus starts pushing Alliance. Next thing you know, Gambit's falling apart as well. Those are the teams that we're worried about. So Invictus kind of helping Clean out there, not realizing what they were doing, but that's how the cookie crumbles in these crazy endgame fights.
You know, and Fenerbahce as well, a team that was on the cusp of obviously being relegated here. Did they do enough with 11 points? That's the real question. We're going to have to take a look. That would put them at 23 on the day. Currently, that's still outside of the top 10 as we started. So it may not be enough for Fenerbahce to end up actually changing. They might still be tied in the relegation conversation. That would be very, very interesting to see. But oh my goodness, talk about clean. G-Dolphin, unlucky, Nags. I mean, what to say? 2K performances, a 5-kill, 1,100 damage performance. It doesn't get much better than that, Tom.
The pressure was on. They really needed to play their best, and they did deliver rain day. That was not easy to do. Keep in mind the teams that were going against them. Gambit, Alliance just winning 2 in a row. Gambit winning the game before that with Hardeki just going absolutely bananas. I love that. That is what Apex is all about. That was so exciting, and what a final zone we had.
And what a way to cap it all off by bringing someone who's just a little bit more hype, you know, by the presence and the value she brings to the broadcast. Let's get Kate back on in here. The only one who could show up after what we just saw with Clean. I mean, what a finish.
I mean, clean is definitely a word and a title and a name that so greatly fits this last game. Certainly, this lobby has made it difficult to do what they did. I also want to mention that the last time that clean was in this same group lobby, they got second place one time. Okay, they have gotten definitely some difficult matches, some difficult rotations, but my God, they showed up here today. As we take a look at these highlights, I want to real quick mention, as this was our final matchup for EMEA split number 1 here. T-Squared, let's start with you. I want to talk honorable mentions before we go into the future of who made playoffs and who didn't, because we saw some teams today that had to perform. Clean is one of them, and they did.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was so exciting to watch them perform. I'm really curious, though, about what Rain Day was talking about and what's going on with FB, with Fenerbahce, because we've been cheering and rooting for Pinky because of his name and just the overall play styles that we're seeing. But, man, that would be tough to go and have to go through that tiebreaker and wait to see what that is. The thing is I don't even know what the tiebreaker rules are, and this is my job, so that you don't really expect things to kind of pan out like that, but that's how close the split has been.
Currently,
absolutely. Yeah, sorry, Ringe.
Sorry about that, Kate. Just to add on to that, I mean, currently all planned, they were sitting at the start of this in the 8th position. What that does is that gets you 2 points if you go 8th through 10th. Where they were in terms of relegation is 4 points. Fenerbahce were at 6. If Fenerbahce didn't get any points from that game, that bumps all planned up to 6 points, tied with Fenerbahce, both at 33 of potentially 30 of the other 40 bottom teams to be able to be relegated. And so it would be very interesting to see if it was a tiebreaker that would somehow decide who stays and who goes.
Well, you know what, Evan? We're not going to have to wait too long to find out, at least from these two groups. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. Remember, we've got 2 different squads going. Each of us, this is Group A versus C. We've got B and D playing simultaneously. We'll get to them in a second. But, oh my gosh, T-Squared, Alliance and Gambit really showcasing what they can do in this lobby with those point totals. Woo!
So impressive, and they were very close to getting that 3-peat, which I don't think we've seen in the ALGS before. So you got to give credit to where credit's due, especially because they started off so slow. I'm pretty sure they were like one of the first couple of teams to die in the Dome area and the Lava City area in game number 1, and going into game number 2, things weren't looking too hot either. But what a turnaround and what resilience and momentum building that Alliance was able to do. That's going to give them so much confidence going forward into the actual playoffs.
And
man,
oh man. Yeah, Evan, come on. We talked about A versus C, but let's B versus D. Oh, God.
I don't know, Kate. I mean, this is looking interesting because you look at the way that Future Perfect, Young Money Guild, some of these teams have played, especially teams who are at that 20 spot. Kangarna also hitting top 5. It's going to be really, really close. Like, Clean needed to not only win, but win exactly how they did. I actually can't call this one because it may not even be enough.
You know what, Evan? I'm not even going to put that pressure on you, my friend.
Wow.
Guess what? We've got the leaderboards ready. This is where we're going to find out who is making playoffs and who is potentially finding. Here we are, Evan Rain Day. Let's talk about it, T-Squared. Evan, start with you. Holy goodness. We have Rascals, who is absolutely one of those teams. They're at number 20. They are, oh my gosh, they've got to be celebrating big time right now.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy. It looks like Clean don't make it, just barely. This is the difference between getting one extra point, and that was, they actually ended up almost getting 4th, I think, but they got 5th. And if they had gotten that one extra kill, they would have been tied for that next spot, and that might have been enough points to put them into 14. It's because everyone played so well, and underrated too in our lobby. Dead Inside all just missing the mark by about 4 points. Oh my goodness. A little bit of heartbreak there for the fans and for the teams, but what an effort. I mean, you can't take anything away from them.
A lot of heartbreak on that page. I mean, I'm looking at solo queue goats there, Kate. Everyone's, fan favorite right there in 33rd spot. They're going to have to go through relegation. FB was playing so well. Big fan of that team. They're going to have to go through relegation. But then you look at what happened with the Young Money Guild. What a performance from them. They got almost all of their points, if not. Yeah, so they picked up, 2nd place today, which is 9 points. I think they had 1 point when it was all said and done before that. What a performance from them. They played out of their absolute minds. And you looked at a team like DM, who was really leading in the first couple of weeks, in the first couple of rounds of this split, get last place today. So we were right. The teams were on something today, and that was the playoff grind. They really wanted to make it, and they wanted to make sure they secured their spot for the next split.
100%. And I'm telling you right now, that relegation qualifier matches, like that lobby, just from those last teams that you see in red, good luck, because that lobby is crazy now. Here we go. Let's take a look at some of the other regions in our Apex Legends Global Pro League Series that have already stamped their ticket to the playoffs. We are looking here at APAC North. We actually saw number 4, Flora, yesterday. They were the top of the top, and actually they've gone down to number 4. So in favor of Riddle there, top. Apex South, top 20, Reignite, and XQ all the way up there. Reignite, 51 points. I mean, that is definitely something to talk about, and certainly Stinky B, great name, all the way down at numbers 20 with Red at 17 each. That's something to say. And as we mentioned earlier today, South America was knee deep in their competition. Well, we have the final numbers, and here we are, Team Singularity coming in at number 1. And actually, as we see, look at that number 17 through 20, gang. I mean, this is how close everything is. You should know that our games makers, they really do have all of these tied positions and all of these different elements and regulations in order to determine who gets what, where, and which placement. And it sometimes comes down to 3 or 4 qualifications, which is just absolutely nuts. And something else to keep in mind, we have our EMEA today this morning, but don't you worry, later on today we got North America, and that is where you see our top 20. And Evan, that top 20 starts with ESA, and my goodness, it's going to get interesting. That's a little tease for later.
Oh, man. And, North America is showing that they have so many storylines, not only from the top to the bottom, as we've seen. Today is a day where you're going to get the drama on both sides of the equation. And so for me, as an Apex fan, as a caster, I mean, there's no better place to watch, and nothing better that you would want on your screen.
Speaking of things you want on your screen, we're going to talk a little bit of love over to some of the key players in today's tournament, which means it's time for our Monster MVP segment. Now, Tom, you can't start the love without there's a lot of love for a lot of players here, but start us off here. Who had your heart today, and more importantly, who showcased what they can do in a lobby that's already out of control?
I was so close to going with someone from Alliance, but I thought GMT was going to kind of turn up, and all of a sudden, they slowed down just a little bit. But I went with Nasky because I loved what he was bringing to the table. I think crypto is very underutilized in multiple regions. You see some of the best crypto play coming out from Nasky, and not just the EMEA region, in my opinion, in all of the world, just because of the aggressive play that he's always put in to his kind of play style that he's always had, whether it was playing through rank, playing through scrims, playing through tournaments. Then you put him on a passive character. When you go through and you have someone that you want to clean up areas, you want it to be Nasky. Not only that, the in-game leadership and the heart. That's why I went with him today.
Absolutely. Well, Evan, we're gonna talk about this person for years to come, I'm sure. Talk to me about who you had.
Oh, he's filling the timeline up. He's everywhere on your social media. He's probably on the cover of Vogue by now. It's Gambit Hardecki, the man, the myth, the legend. He's got those cool photos for us, but he does a little bit more than look good and dress well for the shots. He knows how to hit them in game. Today had one of the most important and I think most impressive clutches of all of ALGS history. We talk about kidnaps, we talk about decision making. That to me is what separated him as a Wraith player. Not just the ability to hold these moments and take them on his back, shoulder the pressure for his team when the Ogre and when Arctic go down, but to keep the cool head. This is something you don't often get. It's a rare combination of talent, skill, and a measured intellect. Sometimes you have people who are so talented, but you got to try to reel them in. You got to rein them in. He hits 8 Kraber shots in a row. Doesn't push any of them because he knows timing's not right until it is. And that's what makes him so special. He knows when to move in. He lets the two teams fight. He knows how to hide. He gets both of these kills as he's moving into the clutch that we will hear around the world. And he shocks us again and again. And it's hard, once you know someone should shock you, for them to shock you again, because you're already expecting the shock. It's like going into a haunted house, you know a jump scare is right around the corner, but you still get scared. This is what he does for us, and this is what he's done for the Apex Legends scene. He's showing us a higher level of play than I think we even thought possible in EMEA, and that's why for me, when you talk about MVPs, you talk about players who know how to get the job done. Day in, day out, game in, game out. Hardecki has to be the one at the top of your list.
I think there's an element here too where he was playing chess while the rest of the lobby was playing checkers, which I think is pretty cool. Let's talk about some of the other kill leaders in our kill leaderboard. And obviously, not a surprise there, numero uno. However, let's talk a little bit about the rest of this leaderboard. T squared post kill coming in at 15, and of course Serdell of the GMT fame, really showcasing what he can do.
Nice job. And then you I gotta talk about Hardecki and those clips that we just saw too, even though you said talk about the rest of the leaderboard. I was counting how many shots he missed, y'all, and he missed like 6 flatline shots overall, and that was a 2-minute clip, I feel like. So that's just how ridiculous Hardecki was playing today, and well-deserved. I mean, 17 kills overall is very high. I think when we looked at some of the other high kills that we put up, I don't think anything was even close to 17. So what a day from the Gambit Esports team, and really just overall from the whole EMEA region. Everybody really brought it today. It was such a pleasure to watch.
It was indeed, and a hard decision to make about which players to talk about, which means this was obviously been our Monster MVP segment. I love T squared. I love what you talked about GMT obviously, but the in-game leader. I would love to talk about the listen-ins that we've heard so many times here before, and one of those was with GMT. And you heard Nasky. You hear some of these players doing some incredible things under what is ostensibly the biggest pressure we can hand them for an online tournament. Talk to me about what some of those listen-ins taught you, and maybe what we can hear from these teams going forward.
I think that it's all about the experience that they put in. They've gone through all these situations before, but it's really about that checklist and having multiple plans going through, because you're going to end up having to kind of pivot, right? So there's constant times that you're going to have to make some changes on the fly, and I think that's what makes the listen so special. Not only that, just the amount of heart that they're putting in, the amount of dedication that they're putting in, and the energy levels are just so exciting to watch.
It does. And it reminds us that there definitely is a person behind the controller or the mouse and keyboard. And one of those people that has been all over our cast in here today is actually with one of our casters on set. Let's talk about Hotkeys from Alliance. On set, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kate. And we do have Hackis from Alliance here. I'm imagining a very happy man. Congratulations on the performance today. First place. You're alongside your teammates. What has the vibe been like today in the Alliance camp?
The vibe's been amazing. Obviously, the first 3 games was kind of rough, but we definitely made a pretty big comeback.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about those first 3 games, because you seem to start a little bit slow in some of these lobbies, but then you went sort of like God mode. You went first, second, almost managed to go back to back to back. Was something said in between after game 3 when you had that slow start to turn things around, or was it just things just clicked in those final 3?
I think we finally got a little bit of luck on our side, I ain't gonna lie. Like game 1, we kind of just got landed on and then just sandwiched by 4 teams. And then game 3, we kind of just got ran down and 3P'd. So like the first 3 games in general was a little bit unlucky in my opinion. And then game 4, I disconnected, which was kind of stressful. I was out of the game for like 2 zones. My teammates absolutely held it down for me though, so I could come back, and then we won the game. And after that, I think all the pressure on our shoulders just went right away. So after that, we could just farm.
Awesome stuff. You did farm indeed, and I want to talk about your teammates. You said there, you had unfortunate circumstance. Your 2 teammates stepped up, and one of those teammates I want to kind of highlight is Yuki, because for me, he's been playing some unbelievable Apex Legends in the last couple of weeks. He seems to be getting better and better as a player. When you picked him up, obviously there was a lot of expectation, right? Do you feel like all of a sudden you started to find that, the chemistry you were looking for? Because you guys are seeming to find that level that you've been at for so long, that high level. And how has Yuki kind of been the player that's been influencing your gameplay?
Yuki has obviously done an amazing job just coming into the roster, like fitting his role perfectly. He had a little bit of a getting used time since he went from being camping only buildings to playing hard edge. So definitely a little bit of a different scenery for him, but he's fit in the team perfectly. So couldn't ask for a better teammate.
Awesome stuff. Now let's look ahead, because you guys have obviously secured playoffs as well as a little bit of prize money today with your finish. What changes are you guys going to make towards playoffs? Has it got to be a lot of hard work ahead for you guys? And is it going to be the Alliance time to call themselves a champion when we get to playoffs?
Definitely probably going to take a little bit of a Christmas break, but after that we're going hard. Definitely going to farm for the playoffs. We're really going for the prize money. Sadly, there's no LAN, but we'll take the online tourney instead.
Awesome stuff. Well, final question for you is to kind of give you the floor as always. Any shout outs you want to give to teammates, family members? Who do you want to show some love to before we say goodbye?
Definitely want to shout out to Team Racer, Monster, of course, and all our fans. Also, a huge shout out to our boss, Kelly, who has her birthday today. So happy birthday to Kelly, and thank you for the amazing bootcamp. And I'll see you guys in playoffs.
Awesome stuff. Well, happy birthday, Kelly, from me as well. Shout out to all of the Alliance crew in the background. Hopefully we'll see another team hug as well on Twitter. Thank you, Hackish. You've had an amazing day. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So I don't even know what Yuki was doing in the background.
He's going, check the jersey. Name's on the back. Remember it.
I mean, and it's hard not to, for sure, Evan. You got to appreciate the confidence and the cool, calm collectedness that you heard from Hockey's right there in that post-game interview.
Yeah, I love the way that he's speaking about his team. I mean, that kind of a guy is really how you find the right temperament for a unit, because you need people who are going to be a little bit more animated, and you need people who are going to keep the level of the team the right way. And I feel like Hockey provides that, not only in the way he plays, but also you could tell just the way that he communicates. He seems a little bit on the mature side. He's remembering the shout outs, which you can always tell, he's a professional man. He knows when to give the right shout out at the right time. I'm sure we got happy birthdays all around. And, I could see myself in that, because it's my mom's birthday today too. So I'm going to give the shout out at the right time as well. So happy birthday, Mom.
Well,
I know she's watching.
Happy birthday indeed. Well, now it's the time of the show that I loathe the most. But here we are, gang. Here we are. And T-Squared, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead. Feel free to enjoy your moment in the sun.
As always, and I need that sun because I haven't gone outside. I haven't gaming so much. So give me all the vitamin D, please. Thank you.
Jeez.
I will say it was great, Evan. I do appreciate that both you and I went for something a little bit less conventional. I will tell you though that, and no, I love Kick. They're doing great in the overall, but I could not in this lobby have picked a worse team.
Oh, well, Kate, I think maybe it's rubbing off the host role. I was there yesterday, and I'm trying to make my way away from the mojo, but it seems like I still have a little bit on me.
You do indeed, and I will tell you this, Kick are definitely going to bring it, because they obviously coming at us here in the green, coming to it in playoffs. Very excited for them. Well done as well. Hey, you know what? Speaking of people coming at you, we've got some of you tweeting at us, which we appreciate. Emily says, I love seeing all the different strategies. And boy, Emily, you nailed it, my friend. That is one of the many things that keeps us talking for days and days, and I love it. Ooh, here we go. A little love for Sweet Imperial Hal. Oh, hey, excuse me, Sweet Dreams, and Imperial had a baby. Oh, wait, never mind. I was all excited. I was like, wait.
Internet, make this a meme. You know what to do. Do your thing,
Wait,
Internet. Let's get this photoshopped.
Oh, here we go. Okay, some Hardeki love, and why not? No way Hardeki just did this. Still remember him having 10 HP, wiping a full squad with the EVA8 in the last ALGS, and now this man deserves all ALGS play of the tournament award. If there is any, hats off, my guy, and well done. And you know what? I don't have that award to give, but boy, would I. Hard not to. The memes are strong today. Hello. Someone do a DNA test on Hardeki because what he just did was not human.
I love the memes.
You know what? We 100% agree.
Great tweets.
Oh, great tweets indeed. And of course, you can go ahead and follow us on all the Twitters and everything. But guess what? Evan, Tom, we're not done yet. That was but the EMEA craziness of this morning. Later on today, in not that long, we have our North American final day of Split 1. It is coming at you fast. It's coming at you quick. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific if you're here in the NA. And I cannot wait to see the jumble of the leaderboards and what that does. Anything left to say, gents, before we close out our EMEA gameplay?
I just say. Go ahead,
Go
Tom.
ahead, Evan, after you.
No, after you. I'm a gentleman. Go ahead.
All right, for sure. And a scholar. I was going to say, I was going to say to the, first of all the fans, all the players, thank you guys so much for watching. It's been an amazing split. But for the teams that didn't make it and have to go through the relegation, keep your heads up. Shiv, Solo Q Goats, I want to see you guys back for the next split.
I'll echo that completely. That's true. I mean, as a competitor, the one thing you want to do is leave it on the field, whatever field you are, whether it's a game, whether it's a battlefield, whether it's a battle royale. But I think clean, that heartbreak, I know a lot of people are feeling, I'm sure they're feeling a little bit too, but you did everything you could, essentially. And that's all you can do in life, really. Do the best that you can and then see what happens. So that's a great message for all of our competitors. Maybe not this time, but that definitely sets up a bright future for the squad.
Absolutely, and we'll see them in split number 2. Well, for the cast and crew here at the ALGS, thanks so much for watching. Until next time, have a great day.